Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Million thanks for joining us on the business desk on Aneke TV. From the record-breaking surge on the Nigerian exchange to the dramatic shift in global energy prices, this is Aneke TV Business Desk, bringing you the clarity you need to navigate today's market, and we are tracking your money. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian exchange performance yesterday, where we tell that the Nigerian stock market continued its positive momentum yesterday, Wednesday, April 8, 2026, with the All-Share Index ASI reaching a new milestone. Market summary, at the Nigerian exchange is the case that the All-Share Index advanced a 0.28%, gaining 561.78 basis points to close at 202,584.88 points. This bullish trend pushed the total market capitalization up to 130.40 trillion, an increase of approximately 389.53 billion naira. Trading activities saw a slight decline in volume compared to Tuesday, with over 1 billion shares exchanged across 52,516 deals, valued at approximately 40.55 billion naira. And looking at the sectorial performance, we are largely positive, which was largely positive, particularly in the banking sector, which scaled up to about a positive 1.79%, and the oil and gas, made an upward trajectory of a plus 2.11%, And then let's quickly move to the top 5 gainers. And looking at this section, we saw a strong performance from the insurance and technology-related equities. And we are starting with the universal insurance, which closed trading yesterday at 1 naira 21 kobo to close at a positive adjustment of 10%. And Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank, they equally very bullish on a positive 10% adjustment, closed at 20 naira 90 kobo. And Omatech Ventures equally closed trading yesterday 2 naira 47 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of a 9.71 positive adjustment. Looking at livestock feed, Yes, livestock feed is another stock that closed on the positive, closing at 7 naira 45 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of a positive 9.56%, and VFD group equally closed bullish, making a positive adjustment of a 9.71% adjustment, closing at 11 naira 30 kobo. Now let's quickly take a look at the top 5 losers. On the flip side, some stock faced significant sell-offs, where we'll tell you that UPDC rate closed yesterday on a very negative note, a very deep negative 10% adjustment, closing his book at 6 naira 75 kobo. FTN Coca Processors, it was equally bearish, making a negative adjustment of 9.92% to close the book at 1 naira 18 kobo. And Deep Capital Management, it was equally bearish as it closed his book at 5 naira 40 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.85%. Charms Holding as well was equally bearish, making a negative adjustment of a 9.47%, closing the book at 3 naira 6 kobo. And we are seeing Japan Gold is equally bearish as yesterday, closing trading at 3 naira 10 kobo to a negative adjustment of 8.82%. The market performance reflects resilience despite a dip in external reserves and then ongoing volatility in the foreign exchange market. Let's quickly take a look at Naira performance as yesterday. I will tell you that the Naira showed a resilient performance yesterday, Wednesday, April 8th, showing a rebounding in the official market to reverse earlier losses. The recovery comes despite a noted decline in Nigeria's external reserves, which fell by approximately 1.08 billion US dollars, due to slowing inflows. At the official market, we tell you that the Naira appreciated by 1.08% at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, and then closing at 1,371 Naira 82 kobo against the US dollar. And then that's away from the previous day where it closed 1,386 Naira 66 kobo against the US dollar, a gain of 14.84 years loss. And at the parallel market, which many like to call the black market or the street market, the local currency remained stable in the informal sector, though the deep gap between the official and parallel market widened slightly. And then at the street market, the Naira closed at 1,405 Naira against the US dollar, and we'll tell you that it held steady from the previous session. And the performance against major currencies, where we'll tell you that while the Naira strengthened against the dollar, the broader global market, saw a strong US dollar, which put pressure on other major currencies, leading to a price decline of the pound and other euros as well. The Naira was able to close at 1,718 Naira against the pound, yes, which will tell you that the pound weakened globally by 1.9% against the US dollars. And the Naira was able to close at 1,485 Naira against the euro. The euro declined by 2.2% against the US dollar, during the session, helping Naira to pull a little against the euro. And then when we take a look at the market drivers here, we'll tell you that part of the factors that drove the market as yesterday is the reserve pressure. We'll tell you that the external reserves dropped to 48.94 billion US dollar as of April 17, down from the over 50 billion US dollars in March. Another point here is the geopolitical impact. Yes, looking at the tension in the Middle East, which triggered a risk-off sentiment, causing some offshore investors to take on the sidelines, which tightened FS liquidity. And then talking about dollar strengthening, where we tell that the US dollar index rose significantly as traders repriced interest in rate expectations, affecting most emerging market currencies. Let's quickly run to take a look at Brent crude. And Brent crude witnessed one of its most dramatic trading sessions in recent years yesterday, yes, where prices plunged following significant geopolitical development. And Brent crude futures plummeted roughly to about 15%, falling below the $100 mark, psychological threshold, for the first time in over 2 weeks. The massive sell-off marked the steepest daily decline for the global benchmark since early days of the pandemic in 2020. The crude stabilized around $95.36 per barrel, down from the previous high of $110. During the intraday, we saw the Brent crude, lower to dipped as low as $92.28 per barrel during the peak volatility. And let's quickly take a look at the factors that drove the market yesterday. We'll tell you that the crash was almost entirely driven by a sudden shift in the Middle East conflict, where a 2-week ceasefire is a major factor, driving the market. The primary catalyst was the announcement of a conditional 2-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran. Another factor here is the Strait of Hormuz, reopening. Yes, the Strait of Hormuz reopening. Under the truce agreement, Tehran pledged to ensure safe passage for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical critical transit point for 20% of the world's oil supply that had been, severely restricted. Another factor here is risk premium evaporation, where I will tell you that the markets reacted instantly to the easing of supply disruption fears. Yes, erasing much of the war premium that had, pushed prices up over 50% in the preceding month. And then, while the price drop provides immediate relief for global energy costs, market analysts remain cautious. Yes, market analysts remain cautious. Yes, and we're speaking to the fragile piece. Analysts believe that the ceasefire is temporary, and any breakdown in negotiation could quickly send prices back above $110 mark. And then we're speaking to the supply lag, where despite the price drop, local fuel costs such as diesel and petrol may take several weeks to reflect these international benchmark changes due to existing inventory and supply chain bottlenecks. Let's quickly run to the commodity market. Let's see how the commodities market fared as at yesterday, where I will tell you that the commodity market saw significant volatility, yes, largely influenced by the dramatic crash in global energy prices and shifting domestic harvest dynamics. Yes, the composite index tracked a mixed performance across the board, while the drop in global crude oil prices eased some transportation concerns. The war premium or grain imports began to evaporate. And then when we look at grain performance, we can tell you that prices for maize and sorghum saw a slight uptick in local spot markets, due to seasonal demand, while wheat futures experienced a sharp double-digit sell-off, tracking the global trend following the Middle East ceasefire announcement. Yes, and we're looking at the export commodities like cocoa and cashew, which remained relatively stable, though traders noted a cautious approach as global shipping logistics through the Strait of Hormuz are expected to take several weeks to normalize. And then moving forward, we're looking at the trading across major hubs like Kano, Ibadan, and Lagos show the following average wholesale prices. For maize, 50 kg bag of maize, sold at 40,000 naira, showing a slight rise in price. Local rice, 50 kg bag of local rice sold at 52,500 naira, which signals stability. And looking at soybeans, 50 kg bag of soybeans sold at 38,000 naira, showing a slight dip. Cashew, it's speaking to cashew, a metric ton of cashew sold at 1,250,000, signaling a stability as well. Palm oil, 25 liters of palm oil sold at for 2,000 naira, showing a decline, a falling decline, signals for the palm oil. And then when we look at the market highlights, we know that speaking to sugar imports imports, a massive shipment of about 79,750 tons of raw sugar valued at approximately 45 billion naira is scheduled to arrive at the Lagos port, and this is expected influx of supply has already begun to soften local sugar futures. Now, speaking to energy impact, we told you that the 15% plunge in Brent crude yesterday is expected to lower landed costs for fertilizers and agrochemicals in the coming weeks, providing some potential relief for the upcoming planting season. While the ceasefire is positive, the Lloyd Market Association has cautioned the maritime insurance premiums for the region, remain at wartime rates for now, which may delay the full impact of lower commodity prices reaching the consumer. And then quickly, for want of time, let's run to the international market. Yes, let's go to the international market and see how it fared. We will tell you that the international markets experienced a massive relief rally yesterday. Yes, following the announcement of a surprise 2 weeks ceasefire between the US and Iran. Yes, between the US and Iran, there's a ceasefire that's been announced. And at the global index performance, the easing of the geopolitical tension and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz triggered a broad risk-on sentiment across all major regions. In United States, Wall Street surged, as falling energy prices cooled inflation fears. S&P 500 made a positive adjustment of 2.51%. Nasdaq equally made a positive adjustment of 2.80%. And looking at Dow Jones, equally made a positive adjustment of a 2.85% adjustment. Quickly moving over to Europe, we'll tell you in Europe, European equities, saw their best session in months. Yes, led by travel and manufacturing sectors as well. FTSE 100 UK made a positive adjustment of 2.50%. DAX 40 Germany equally made a very positive adjustment of 5.10%, and CAC 40 France equally in the positive as well made a positive adjustment of 4.50%. And quickly, let's track the Asian market. Yes, looking at the Asian markets, we'll tell you that it reacted most aggressively to the news during the early section, where Nikkei 225 Japan made a positive adjustment of 5.40%. Hang Seng of Hong Kong, it was equally positive as well, making a positive adjustment of 3.10%. Kospi South Korea equally positive, made a 6.90% adjustment. And quickly taking a look at the winners and losers, yes, sector winners and losers, we'll tell the aviation and logistics. Speaking to Delta, United, Rolls-Royce surged over 8% on lower fuel costs. Technology and AI, speaking to Meta and ASML, also outperformed. And then the losers for yesterday were energy giants, speaking to Shell, BP, ExxonMobil, fell between 4% and 6% as Brent crude prices plummeted by 15%. Now let's quickly look at the safe haven. Gold, despite the rally in stocks, gold hit a new high near $4,800 per ounce as investors remain, wary of the temporary nature of the ceasefire. Let's quickly run and give you our market forecast for Nigerian investors today. And looking at equities, we'll tell you that we expect the equities to be bullish today. So the all-share index index is targeting around 170 trillion naira by year end. Focus on high dividend banking and consumer goods. Yes, focus on high dividend banking and consumer goods on equities for today. And then when you take a look at fixed income, we'll tell you that yields dropping due to 6.19 trillion naira in excess system liquidity. High competition is expected for short-term bills, so one needs to be cautious here. Yes, competition will be very high, and in the areas of short-term bills, so one needs to be very cautious here. And looking to the currency, speaking to naira stability, projecting around 1,370 naira to 1,400 naira against the dollar, and the as the FOS reforms continue to dominate and herald the market. So in this regard, you know where to place your money, because we're expecting it to level up between 1,317 naira to 1,400 against the US dollar. And then quickly looking at energy, our forecast is that global oil prices drops, you know, to $95 per barrel may pressure revenue, but increased domestic refining provides a buffer against fuel shocks. Yes, so for the equities, you have to look at the banking and consumer goods, and then for fixed income, the use, you know, we told you that there will be high level competition here, especially as it, you know, it regards short-term bills. And looking at the energy sector, one needs to be cautious, you know, making incursion into these areas, as profit takers will begin to, you know, pull their credit as a result of you know, the announcement of truce between US and Iran. So in all, our advice for today is that you buy the dips in stocks. Yes, buy the dips in stocks. We were expecting that dip, so buy the dips in stocks. Expect lower yields in bonds. That, you know, yes, expect lower yields in bonds, but look at, you know, why you are keeping, you know, liquid, where you are staying liquid. Look at the dips in the stocks. This is where you take position, you know, you take advantage of the dips and then take position, especially in the banking tier 1 sectors and the consumer goods. Look at Bua, look at Dangote. These are places you can take positions for today. So in all, that's where we'll draw the curtain for today on the business desk, and we are telling you to stay informed, stay ahead, keep your eyes on the numbers. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, glad to have you join us. Headlines. Federal government warns of possible flooding in 10 states nationwide. Pensioners threaten legal action and electoral boycott over unpaid gratuities. On the foreign scene, President Trump says U.S. forces will remain in region pending Iran's full compliance with ceasefire terms. And on business, Dangote Petroleum Refinery adjusts fuel price amid surge in global oil markets. Now the news in details. The federal government has issued a flood alert for multiple states across Nigeria, warning of heavy rainfall and possible flooding between April 8 and April 12, 2026. The advisory was released by the National Flood Early Warning Center under the Federal Ministry of Environment, with projections indicating increased hydrological risk in vulnerable communities. Authorities say the alert is part of ongoing efforts to mitigate disaster impact through early preparedness. Director of the Erosion, Flood and Coastal Zone Management Department, Usman Bokani, who signed the notice, confirmed that several locations are expected to experience intense rainfall capable of triggering floods. The ministry emphasized that the prediction covers both urban and rural settlements situated along floodplains and drainage corridors. States listed in the advisory include Ebonyi, Anambra, Ogun, Taraba, Cross River, Benue, Imo, Delta, Rivers, and Abia. Specifically, Afipo and Nkalagwe in Ebonyi, Atani, Iowa, Odepe, and Onisha in Anambra, as well as Oyetoro and Ilaru in Ogun, are among areas identified as high-risk zones. Other locations include Donga, Watakana, Lau, Sereti, Takum, and Yoro in Taraba State, alongside Edo, Ikom, and Itigidi in Cross River State. The ministry has advised residents and relevant state authorities to activate emergency response mechanisms, clear drainage systems, and remain alert to weather updates. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has directed broadcast organizations in Nigeria to uphold fairness and neutrality ahead of the 2027 general elections. Speaking at the stakeholders' engagement with the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria in Abuja, INEC Chairman Professor Josh Amubiton stressed that the media remains central to the credibility of the electoral process. The Commission warned that under the Electoral Act 2022, all licensed broadcasters must provide equal access to political parties and candidates, particularly during campaign periods. It further cautioned against the misuse of state-owned media platforms to promote partisan interests, describing such actions as a violation of democratic principles. Professor Amubiton identified misinformation and disinformation as major threats to electoral integrity, noting that unverified content amplified through broadcast channels could undermine public trust. He urged media houses to institutionalize fact-checking mechanisms and ensure editorial responsibility in political reporting. With preparations underway for the 2027 elections, INEC called for stronger collaboration between the media, security agencies, and the judiciary. The Commission maintained that balanced reportage, devoid of inflammatory language, is critical to preventing voter apathy and sustaining democratic stability. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it has registered over 3.4 million new voters in the ongoing continuous voter registration exercise nationwide. According to the Commission's Week 13 update released in Abuja, a total of 3,441,121 registrations were completed as of April 3rd, 2026. INEC announced that 2,068,384 applicants completed their registration through its online pre-registration portal, while 1,372,737 others finalized the process through physical registration centers across the country. The Commission noted that the combined approaches aimed at improving accessibility and efficiency. State-by-state data indicates that Jigawa State recorded the highest number of registrants with 200,047 people, followed by Lagos with 181,095 and Kano with 177,681. The figures reflect sustained public participation across key population centers. The Commission also showed that youths aged between 18 and 34 account for 2,354,768 registrants, representing 68.43% of the total. INEC described the trend as a positive indicator of growing civic engagement among young Nigerians. A coalition of opposition political figures staged a protest in Abuja under the banner Occupy INEC, expressing concerns over recent decisions by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The demonstration drew participation from prominent politicians, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Anambra State Governor Peterobi, former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso, and former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi. The protest, which also involved members of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, highlighted growing tensions within Nigeria's political landscape ahead of the 2027 elections. Participants called for greater transparency and accountability in the electoral process, emphasizing the need to safeguard democratic institutions. Addressing supporters, Mr. Peterobi described the protest as a civic responsibility aimed at defending democratic values. Demonstrators carried placards and chanted slogans demanding reforms, while expressing confidence in alternative political leadership within opposition ranks. Organizers stated that the movement represents a broader call for electoral integrity and citizen participation. They warned that continued dissatisfaction with electoral processes could heighten political tensions if not addressed through institutional reforms. The Nigerian Union of Pensioners has raised concerns over worsening living conditions among retirees, citing rising inflation and economic pressures. At a meeting held in Abeokuta, Ogun State, union leaders attributed the hardship to increased costs of food, transportation and energy. The union commended Oyo State Governor Engineer Seyi Makinde for approving a monthly 10,000 naira palliative for pensioners, describing the initiative as a model for other states. However, it criticized delays in gratuity payments in several southwest states, some reportedly outstanding for over a decade. National spokesperson of the union, Comrade Olusegun Abatan, warned that legal action may be taken against state governments failing to meet pension obligations. He noted that affected retirees are increasingly resorting to advocacy and legal channels to demand their entitlements. The union also called for an upward review of the current 25,000 naira minimum pension, describing it as inadequate under prevailing economic realities. It urged the federal government and labor stakeholders to initiate reforms that reflect current cost of living conditions. The United States Department of State has authorized the departure of non-emergency personnel and their families from its embassy in Abuja, citing security concerns. In an updated travel advisory, the department warned of heightened risk related to crime, terrorism, kidnapping, and civil unrest across Nigeria. The advisory issued on April 8, 2026 places Nigeria at level 3, urging citizens to reconsider travel, while designating several states as level 4, indicating do not travel. The decision reflects ongoing assessments of security developments in various parts of the country. States listed under the highest risk category include Borno, Yobe, Adamawa, Northern Region, as well as Plateau, Niger, Taraba, and other affected by insecurity. Additional concerns were raised about widespread incidents of kidnapping and criminal activity. In the southern region, states such as Abia, Anambra, Bayelsa, Delta, Enugu, Imo, and Rivers were also highlighted, excluding Port Harcourt. The advisory urges U.S. citizens to exercise extreme caution and adhere strictly to security guidance. In the meantime, the Abia State Police Command has dismissed reports circulating on social media alleging that the arrest of nearly 500 Boko Haram members in the state. Authorities described the claim as false and misleading, noting that the video used to support the report is an old clip recycled from over a decade ago. Police Public Relations Officer, Deputy Superintendent of Police Maureen Chinaka, clarified that there is no such security threat in Abia State. She urged residents to disregard the misinformation and rely on verified sources for accurate updates. The Commissioner of Police, CP Danladi Issa, warned that the spread of false information poses a risk to public peace and national security. He emphasized that individuals found guilty of disseminating fake news would face prosecution under relevant laws. The command reassured residents of its commitment to maintaining security and called for continued cooperation from the public. Citizens were advised to report suspicious activities through official channels. Still on security, operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have arrested a suspected criminal during a raid on identified hideouts in the new artisan area of Enugu. The operation carried out by the anti-cultism tactical squad was based on credible intelligence. The suspect, identified as Francisco Oluba, aged 29, was apprehended with items including suspected cannabis sativa, bags of clothing believed to be stolen, 11 SIM cards and other materials. A statement by the command's public relations officer, PPRO, Mr. Daniel Ndlea, explains that the exhibits are linked to ongoing criminal activities under investigation. During the operation, officers dismantled illegal drug hubs and destroyed makeshift structures used for illicit activities. The command noted that the action is part of sustained efforts to disrupt criminal networks within the state. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Bitrus Giwa, reaffirmed the command's commitment to proactive policing. Police spokesperson Mr. Ndlea added that investigations are ongoing to arrest other suspects and ensure justice is served. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Flood alert issued as federal government warns of possible flooding in 10 states. Pensioners threaten legal action and election boycott over unpaid gratuities. Coming shortly on the foreign scene, Donald Trump says U.S. forces will remain in the region until Iran fully complies with the agreement. And on business, Dangote Petroleum Refinery adjusts fuel prices amid rising global oil market pressures. We'll be right back shortly.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. The United States President Donald Trump has stated that U.S. military forces will remain deployed in the Middle East until Iran fully complies with what he described as a real ceasefire agreement. His remarks follow recent announcements of a truce between the United States and Iran amid heightened regional tensions. Trump warned that any violation of the agreement by Iran would attract a significantly stronger response from the United States. He maintained that enforcement of the ceasefire remains conditional, stressing that compliance is critical to sustaining stability in the region. The ceasefire announced earlier this week has been marked by conflicting interpretations, particularly regarding key provisions. Trump insisted the agreement includes commitments on nuclear non-proliferation and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a major global shipping route. However, reports remain inconsistent, with Iranian authorities indicating that the strait remains closed, while U.S. officials suggest there has been increased maritime activity. The situation continues to evolve, with global stakeholders monitoring developments closely. The diplomatic relations between Ecuador and Colombia have deteriorated following Ecuador's decision to recall its ambassador for consultations. The move was confirmed by Ecuador's Foreign Minister Gabriela Sommerfield as a formal protest against remarks made by Colombian authorities. The dispute centers on the imprisonment of former Ecuadorian Vice President George Glass, who is currently serving a sentence over corruption-related convictions. Colombian President Gustavo Petro described Glass as a political prisoner and called for his release or transfer to Colombia. Ecuadorian President Daniel Noboa rejected the statement, describing it as an interference in the country's internal judicial processes. He reaffirmed that Glass remains lawfully detained under Ecuadorian law. The development underscores growing ideological and diplomatic tensions between both nations, which have also clashed over border security and trade policies in recent months. Analysts say the recall signals a significant strain in bilateral relations. The government of Greece has announced plans to ban social media use for children under the age of 15, effective January 1st, 2027. Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis said the policies aimed at addressing rising concerns over youth mental health and excessive screen exposure. The decision follows existing restrictions on mobile phone usage in Greek schools and reflects growing public support for stronger digital regulations. Authorities cite increased cases of anxiety and sleep disorders among young people linked to prolonged online activity. Greece has also urged the European Commission to adopt a unified digital age of majority across member states. The proposal includes mandatory age verification systems for social media platforms. Officials say the initiative aligns with broader regulatory frameworks under the European Union Digital Services Act, which seeks to hold technology companies accountable. Other countries are reportedly considering similar measures as global concerns over digital safety intensify. Commercial drivers in Port Harcourt have protested against alleged extortion and harassment by illegal revenue collectors and touts. The demonstration was organized by the Commercial Drivers Welfare Association of Rivers State. The drivers accused non-state actors of imposing multiple daily levies, significantly reducing their earnings amid rising fuel costs. They called on Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara to abolish the current ticketing system. Chairman of the association, Christopher Ezali, identified key locations such as Rumuola and Eleme Junction as hotspots for harassment. He also called for the introduction of a centralized electronic tax system to improve transparency and accountability. Security officials, including Assistant Commissioner of Police Ikechukwu Okoro, engaged the protesters and assured them that their concerns will be escalated. The drivers warned that failure to address the issues could lead to further unrest. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced adjustments in fuel pricing, citing fluctuations in global crude oil markets. The refinery indicated that external market forces continue to influence domestic pricing structures. According to available data, petrol prices have increased while diesel has also recorded a significant rise. Industry stakeholders note that such adjustments are linked to global supply dynamics and geopolitical developments affecting crude oil benchmarks. Analysts observe that despite local refining capacity, Nigeria remains exposed to international pricing trends due to reliance on globally priced crude inputs. This has implications for domestic energy costs and inflation. The development is expected to impact transportation and production costs across sectors. Experts warn that sustained volatility in global oil markets may continue to exert pressure on Nigeria's economy. The World Bank has stated that imported petrol remains cheaper than locally refined fuel in Nigeria. The observation was made in its latest Nigeria Development Update report. According to the report, imported premium motor spirit is estimated to be about 12% less expensive than fuel from the Dangote refinery. The bank noted that this reflects structural challenges within the downstream petroleum sector. However, the refinery has denied any recent price increase, maintaining that its petrol remains at approximately 1,200 naira per litre. Company sources also confirmed stable pricing across its distribution channels. The World Bank noted that disparities between import parity pricing and local refinery costs could contribute to inflationary pressures. It called for policy adjustments to improve efficiency and competitiveness in the sector. The Nigerian currency, the naira, has recorded marginal appreciation across both parallel and official foreign exchange markets. Market data indicates improved performance against the United States dollar. Figures released by the Central Bank of Nigeria show that the naira strengthened to 1,369 naira per dollar in the official market compared to 1,389 naira recorded earlier. This reflects a gain of 20 naira within the trading period. At the parallel market, the currency also appreciated slightly, narrowing the gap between both exchange windows. Analysts attribute the movement to improved liquidity and market adjustments. Despite the gains, the margin between official and parallel rates remains a concern for economic stability. Experts say sustained policy consistency will be required to maintain exchange rate convergence. Now in sports, FC1 Rocket has appointed Otobong Daniel as its new head coach ahead of the 2026 Nationwide League One season. The announcement signals a strategic restructuring within the club's technical department. Daniel replaces former coach Itoro Xavier, with the club expressing confidence in his ability to lead the team into a competitive campaign. His appointment is part of efforts to improve performance and secure promotion. The club also confirmed Universe Asokwodo as assistant coach, forming a new technical crew tasked with preparing the squad for the upcoming season. Pre-season activities are expected to commence immediately. Officials say the changes align with the league's transition to a stadium-based format. The management believes the new coaching setup will strengthen tactical discipline and overall team performance. Now in entertainment, tensions have resurfaced within Nigeria's entertainment industry following an exchange involving Burna Boy and Wizkid. The development has attracted widespread attention across social media platforms. The disagreement reportedly began after Burna Boy shared a video perceived as a subtle jab at associates within the music industry. Wizkid responded publicly, escalating the exchange with critical remarks. Socialite Cubana Chief Priest also weighed in, adding commentary that further amplified the situation. His remarks referenced ongoing controversies within entertainment circles. Observers say the incident reflects recurring rivalries among high-profile artists in Nigeria's music scene. While largely confined to social media, such exchanges continue to shape public discourse within the industry. And finally, before we go, news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Environment, has issued a flood warning for several communities across 10 states, advising residents to take precautionary measures against anticipated heavy rainfall between April 8 and April 12, 2026. The Nigerian Union of Pensioners has strengthened legal action and a possible election boycott over the non-payment of gratuities, with the union spokesperson, Comrade Olusegun Abatan, urging state governments to urgently address the welfare of retirees. On the foreign scene, the United States President Donald Trump says U.S. forces will remain in the Middle East until Iran fully complies with the terms of the ceasefire agreement, warning of stronger action in the event of violations. On business, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has adjusted fuel prices, citing rising global crude oil costs. A development analysts say may further impact transportation and living expenses across the country. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality. Insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance access, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. This restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Nigeria, good morning 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, peace and brightness. Bringing you today's daily dose of love and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
Good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Thursday, 9th of April 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock updates, and hot topics. Of course, that's Sunrise Spark to help you on the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing you the business update and, of course, the sports wrap to keep you smiling.
All right, we go over to the quote of the day. That's an inspiration segment. The quote which says, "You cannot escape responsibility of tomorrow by evading today." You cannot escape responsibility of tomorrow by evading today. And this quote is from Abraham Lincoln. You know, it means that avoiding your duties or problems now does not make them disappear. You have to keep your toes at it daily to fix the problems that you're having daily, so that your tomorrow can be more open for growth and progress. It only takes harder in the future, of course, when you avoid your problems of today. So why don't you fix the problems you're having today? Why don't you go into and take that decision? Why don't you move on with that idea? Why don't you go into the places you need to go and do what you have to do? Because you know that if you don't do that, you are still counting and you are still relaxing and you are still chilling in your own time, and that will affect your tomorrow, because you would say tomorrow will always be there while your yesterday is already catching up with your tomorrow, and that is not going to be a wonderful thing. So the decisions today you need to make, you should be courageous and you should be disciplined to focus on your decisions today, because when you take action now, it's not only the way to build a better future, but also a way to, you know, harness potentials and bring yourself into the promises which you yourself would want to be. I know a lot of people want to be big and a lot of people want to be great, but at the end of the day, some people would want to just avoid today, want to evade today's issue, so that they were looking forward to the next day, to the brighter and greater tomorrow. But today, Abraham Lincoln is reminding us that we have to do what we ought to do today, so that tomorrow will be easier and tomorrow will be better. So we take the hard knock and we take the hard rock and we take whatever hard it is today, so that tomorrow it can be easier. Yes.
All right. Speaking to Abraham Lincoln, this is a legend who is now charging us on our civil responsibilities. And speaking to the father, he says you cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. That is credited to the great man Abraham Lincoln himself. And looking at this issue, we'll bring it to our civic responsibility. Remember the man himself, Abraham Lincoln, you know, his trajectories. And for him to be telling us not to do away with our responsibilities today, you know, that we'll have to face it. What are you doing as regards your civic duties? A number of times, we do not want to participate. We leave governance at the hands of those who claim not to be equal to the task. And it is said that when we leave governance to when the best of us leaves governance, then the worst of us emerges as leaders. We need not complain if we do not participate in the process that determines how we bring about our leaders. So Abraham Lincoln is reminding us that by chance, if we try to escape the responsibility of today by the responsibility of tomorrow, by evading it today, it will stare us right in the face. We will face the brunt of those indecision, of those responsibilities that we fail to take today. It will come to stare us right in the face. Therefore, on Sunrise this morning, we'll charge you, irrespective of where you're watching us from, to go get your PVC. Get involved in the process. It is your civic responsibility. It is your duty to be part of the process for us to elect our leaders. And you remember that, yes, the drums are being rolled out and the sounds are being heard towards 2027, where we elect new sets of leaders. Make haste to participate in that process. It's not a responsibility you would wish away. It's not a responsibility you want to abandon or trust upon others to make that decision, because the fallout from it will stare you in the face. Talk about power, electricity. Are you enjoying it? Talk about good roads. If you're not part of the decision making, you won't be part of determining that your road be fixed. And speaking to the road, what about the economy? It affects you in a number of ways, because I know you're listening to me and watching me from Ogbete market in Enugu, or Main market in Onitsha, or Ariaria market in Oba, or Ogige market in Nsukka. You are watching from there, and I'm telling you this morning, yes, if you do not be part of these processes, it will stare you in the face and it will affect you even from the marketplace. A lot of you complain that market is dull. And market, why not? Why won't it be dull when you're not part of that responsibility in electing leaders who will take decisions that will see that the market booms? So we'll charge you this morning. Wake up. Live up to your responsibility. And like Abraham Lincoln is pointing out to us, that you cannot escape the responsibilities of tomorrow by evading it today. It will rightly stare you in the face if you try to do that. So get your PVC. Be part of the process. Yes, let's elect the right people. Those who will make the right decision that would impact and affect our tomorrow and that of the generation next is important. Get involved.
Get involved. Then we go on a short break and we'll return with the weather update. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose house is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, let's take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. Your morning starts warm and a bit cloudy around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. Nothing too stressful yet. As the day goes on, the temperature rises to about 32 to 33 degrees Celsius, and you will feel that usual afternoon heat pressing you down. Later in the day, clouds get thicker and rain or thunderstorms are very likely. So don't be surprised if the weather suddenly changes. Evening becomes cooler, calm and slightly wet, performing and perfect for relaxing.
Good morning, the coast city, and welcome to Enugu. The morning feels a little cooler at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius with a calm and quiet vibe. By afternoon, it warms up to around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Still comfortable, but slightly hot. By evening, things turns fresh and breezy, giving that nice after rain feeling.
Good morning, Abakaliki. The day starts off calm at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but this one gets warmer as the day goes on, reaching about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. Well, you will feel the heat more, and clouds will build up steadily, and by evening, thunderstorms are likely, cooling things down into a quiet, relaxed night.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. The day begins warm, ranging between 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, and gradually moves into a hot afternoon up to 33 degrees Celsius. You will likely notice the air feeling a bit heavy before rain or light thunderstorm show up later. By night, things become cool, calm, and slightly damp, with maybe small drizzles here and there.
Good morning, Omahia. Morning comes in mild and comfortable at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, and by afternoon it rises to about 31 degrees Celsius to 33 degrees Celsius with a bit of humidity building up. Later in the day, expect rain showers, and the evening settles into a cool, peaceful, slightly breezy atmosphere.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and keep an umbrella handy. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll go on a short break, and we'll be right back with more updates. Stay with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. You're still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the major front page headline of the newspapers across the nation today, from the Daily Sun, Vanguard, Daily Trust, and other rest of them, including the Nation and the rest of them. Now we go over to the Punch, where we have 2027 alignments. Wike backed PDP fumes over Makinde ADC alliance plans. 2027 alignment. Wike backed PDP fumes over Makinde ADC alliance plans. Now we go over to the Guardian headline. We have opposition explores options as ADC PDP questions inec's neutrality. Now on the Vanguard we have ADC lists 6-point demands at inec protest. ADC lists 6-point demands at inec protest. Now in the Daily Trust we have ADC PDP close ranks. 2027 ADC PDP close ranks. Now in the Daily Sun we have ADC Mark Atiku Obi others protest at UNEC. ADC Mark Atiku Obi others protest at INEC. We go over to the Daily Sun, which says police, a headline in the Daily Sun which says police raid Enugu criminals hideout, arrest suspect, destroy drug bonds. Police raid Enugu criminals hideout. You see it just by the left corner. Arrest suspect and destroy drug bonds. Security operatives carried out a raid on a criminal hideout in Enugu State, leading to the arrest of a suspect and destruction of drug storage sites. The operation is part of ongoing efforts to track down on crime and illicit drug activities in the area, aiming to improve safety and restore order. In Enugu State, the police has been doing a wonderful job, which they carried on from last year into 2026, where they raided a drug bunk and where a criminal hideout, we could see, where in New Artisan here in Enugu, where they arrested a young man, and Francisco, that's his name. They arrested him, and the other things they recovered from him, they recovered drugs, they recovered SIM card and other things, which clothes, of course, which the police had to carry that into other areas where there are criminal activities, where we could term that there has been a criminal activity, where they also raided those places. I would actually commend the governor of Enugu State for such an active and proactive activity, looking at it from the inside and looking at it from a place where we are trying to see that security in Enugu State becomes the most, of course, one of the most important things as other issues are being addressed. I could commend also the Commissioner of Police of Enugu State, that's Mr. Beatrice Giwa, how he has been carrying along, and the public also making it something that we have been seeing. There has not been any news around that relates to security that we have not always heard. Of course, even the issues which are internally dealt with, especially in the local communities, even last week or last month, there were issues around Udi or where the security operatives had to intervene. And we can also give a credence to the Department of State Services in Enugu too, being a security outfit, a state government and federal government security outfit who has combined with other security channels. And one of the things I am looking at in this particular news about raiding criminal hideouts in Enugu is the intelligence. I think Enugu has a lot of intelligence-driven information which has led to the nabbing of criminals and criminal hideouts in Enugu. I can say that is one of the things that has been standing out so far in the administration of our governor, that's Dr. Petermbah. He has actually ensured that the Enugu State, the security in Enugu State, they don't lack the necessary things which they needed. And I wish that the federal government could just look into this side of Enugu, where intelligence is driving the security issues, where intelligence is at the forefront. Because without intelligence, how will the security operatives work? Now, linking it to a news yesterday, one of the governors in the southwest, where he came out to say that it looks like there has been people who have been giving informations, who have been giving intelligence to these bandits, alerting them about people who are going to carry out military operations which are going to be carried out in the state. And bringing it back home, you will see that here in Enugu it is the opposite, where the state government is working, the state police and the Commissioner of Police is working in an intelligence-based activities to nab criminals, and they also destroyed other criminal hideouts. And looking at Southeast and the structure of Southeast, we have also seen where in Anambra State, we have seen where the governor too had demolished and worked with Agune Chamber, how they have worked together to make sure that security is reinstated in the state. We've also seen it in some other states. We are trying to plead with the federal government to see that these things too, this news we are having from the Southeast, where criminal hideouts are destroyed, that this can be carried into the federal states, where we're having insecurity as the daily issues that are coming up. And I believe that with time there could be a resolution, or our states and federal government could align to find a solution, a long-lasting solution in bringing the security issues, calming it down. But I must really commend the state government for that.
All right, yeah, that's quite detailed, leaving to Enugu State and the police commissioner in Enugu State, Beatrice Giwa, who incidentally is the 29th Commissioner of Police, in Enugu State, and over his tenure since March 2025, we've seen results, heralding his actions, given to his a very inclusive community patrol, yes, as is evidenced in Uzuwani, yes, where he has reassured the people and then the communities around there to deter people from crimes. And you see joint patrol operations here and there. A number of times he comes up with briefings, press briefings, where he informs the people about what police is doing in terms of combating crime. So seeing this news, one is not really surprised given to his track record over time. But having said all this, yes, like you rightly pointed out, kudos to the state governor, Dr. Barrister petermbah, in all he's doing to ensure that the state is crime-free and well protected. A number of times when you interview both the police and those at the state government, they give credence to the governor as to the setting up of the command and control structure at Lion Building, where they monitor every look and cranny of Enugu State. So when you see results like this, it begins to tell you that all efforts towards, ensuring a crime-free state is working. And you do remember that when the NBA held their conference in Enugu State, one of the issues that were brought to bear was the fact that Enugu, is a crime-free state. If one is to say that those that came for that conference attested to that, beyond the neatness of the surroundings, they attested to the fact that you do not see hooliganism and tout in Enugu State like in other states. So kudos to the state government and the Commissioner of Police, Beatrice Giwa, for these achievements in terms of policing the community and making such arrests. When you've spoken eloquently to this issue and in credence to the intelligence network that goes into uncovering these criminal hideouts in Enugu State. And you see, when you move around Enugu State, you see the police agency that's been set up, the DSR, dotting every corner of the state in case of emergency. So kudos to both the state government and the Commissioner of Police for their stoic efforts in seeing that Enugu State remains a crime-free state. So we'll have to commend the governor for that, and kudos to them all. And we hope that we'll continue to see more action to see that Enugu is indeed rid of criminals. Why you may not in all instances see that there are no places you will not see crimes, but the effort to see that it's curtailed and nipped on the bud is well commended.
We'll go back to the Vanguard headline, which says ADC lists 6-point demands at INEC protest. ADC lists 6-point demand at INEC protest. The ADC presented a 6-point list of demands during a protest at INEC, calling for reforms and addressing grievances related to party recognition, internal disputes and concerns over electoral body's decision. So this is from the protest yesterday that ADC had, which was very spontaneous, Mr. Uche.
Yes, it was, let me first of all, commend the manner in which the protesters conducted themselves. Yes. It was quite a peaceful atmosphere, and you see the procession and those that led that procession. A number of times Nigerians be calling for its leaders to be at the forefront of a protest, and they will follow. And yesterday was a beautiful scene to behold, yes, where you see a number of these personalities in ADC, these leaders, being at the forefront, holding banners, and setting across their demands. In this instance, it's never been witnessed in this way in Nigeria, but we saw them. You saw Atiku, yes, you saw Kwankwaso, you saw Rotimi Amechi, former governor, former minister, at the forefront. Atiku, former vice president. You saw a former senate president, David Mark. You saw Tambo there. These personalities, Peterobi, a former governor, a former presidential candidate, leading their party faithfuls and movements, into such protests, a peaceful conduct is quite commendable. A number of times, part of a democratic principles and norms is that, yes, we may disagree, and civil disobedience and protests like this are part of democracy, and seeing it and witnessing, seeing civil defense as part of the, organizers, seeing that things are done peacefully is quite commendable. A number of times we've seen in this nation where when people protest, you see the police, and the army unleashed on protesters. But yesterday was a different scenario altogether. So I commend the organizers, the protesters for being so peaceful. But having said that, the issue remains, what are the issues at stake here? It's been on the front burner. People have continued to allege to the fact that Nigeria, the civic space in Nigeria is shrinking, such that we are heading towards a one-party state where opposition political parties are no longer allowed to thrive, and allegations has gone up to the ruling party, the APC, or more often, they are being pointed. These issues are not just, akin to the ADC, what we're witnessing in the ADC. But speaking to the issue in the ADC, we have seen where INEC has come out openly to delist the leadership of ADC. And as we speak, there seems to be, by position of INEC, a vacuum, a leadership vacuum in the ADC. And that is not, is not palatable. And in this instance, they've come out to protest. And what, gave rise to this issue, you remember that Nafiu Balagombe, who's been a foremost, member of ADC, the part of the leadership of ADC that resigned and was seen, at the venue of the David Mark Arebeshola taking over leadership of the party, looking and brimming with smiles, so happy, turning around to go to court to stage a legitimate claim to the leadership of ADC. And then the court in its position said that the status quo antebellum should be maintained. And INEC had come out to give interpretation to what a status quo antebellum means from their perspective. And when you interpret this literally and examine and have conversation with legal minds, they tell you that it is to revert to the position of things before the litigation. And INEC has come out to say no, owing to the letters they've received from correspondences from the lawyers to these litigants, that they can no longer recognize the David Mark-led leadership nor Nafiu Balagombe in this instance, creating a vacuum. And one begins to ask, does the Nigerian constitution allow for vacuum in the Nigerian political party organizations? These are questions that need answering. Having said that, let's look at the issue on ground as this protest. The ADC had written and has spoken and given ultimatum, and now they've marched, action to West by marching towards INEC headquarters to stage a protest. And part of their demand, the six demands they made, is one, the immediate removal of INEC chairman. They actually demanded for stop alleged interference in ADC internal affairs, respect the party's recognized leadership, ensure INEC neutrality and fairness, protect opposition participation and multi-party democracy, end actions. I take that again. End actions the party says could block its 2027 election plans. So in this instance, they've made their legitimate demand on INEC. The issue remains, as is being alleged, INEC, by their position, as is being pointed by the opposition, is no longer taking the position of a neutral umpire in this instance. They are said to have taken sides in this whole situation. But like I did raise, when you look at the 2026 Electoral Act as amended, one does not see where it gives such authority for INEC to begin to interpret, the judicial rulings. It is the judicial. Yes, it is within the purview of the judiciary. In fact, it is the exclusive right of the judiciary to interpret judicial pronouncement, and one expects that INEC should have gone to the court to get a proper interpretation of what the court meant by maintaining status quo ante bellum, and not the position INEC have taken to create, a vacuum, which, like we always say, many have.
Is there a judge in UNEC?
Yes, many have now come out to say that INEC is not neutral, is not a neutral umpire, and they are pointing to the fact that INEC itself is under pressure. And when one looks at the 2026 Electoral Act, Section 83, as is amended, you see that the part of it is that the Electoral Act, which in 2026 includes an ouster, in no way says major shift occurred within the enactment of the Electoral Act 2026, which includes ouster clause designed to stop, judicialization of politics, for example, where in the courts, doesn't adjudicate on issues of party internal affairs, and is explicitly stated in section 83 subsection 5 and section 83 subsection 6. It speaks to the party having a right to organize itself, and in a number of cases the Supreme Court had come out to speak to the fact that internal affairs of a political party are not, justicable. You shouldn't bring these things to the court. You should be allowed to handle your internal affairs. Yourself. And it's seen between the cases between Anyanwu versus Emmanuel. It was ruled in said manner, and we saw in the case of Abure and Nenadius man as well. You saw the position of the Supreme Court on this. They said the party should go back, and even in PDP, that is heavily, fractionalized. We saw part of the, ruling of the appellate court in Ibadan was that the PDP should go and reconcile, settle its issues amidst other things. So, seeing INEC coming out in this instance to take this position that has led to the protest we are seeing, has led a number of persons to feel that INEC has overreached its bounds by taking such position, necessitating the actions that we are witnessing within the APC. And if you listen to the presidential candidate peterobi, in 2023 election, he said, speaking to why they are out, first of all, he said, as he tweeted on his S, he said, "We, members and leaders of the ADC and other well-meaning Nigerians, lovers of democracy, are saying they are saying that our democracy must not be killed." That's peterobi. And he went on to say, "We say no to one-party system, and for that today, we are calling out Nigerians who believe in unity, peace, security of our country to join us as we defend democracy in our land." So as far as they are concerned, it's a defense against any manipulation, any attempt to move Nigeria towards a one-party state. You understand? And they said by actions of INEC, places a restriction on party autonomy and is an interference on party affairs. So in this instance, that's why you see ADC have marched out, and other political parties have aligned with them, to protest against position of INEC. So coming out from this, one is still waiting to see if INEC, and the chairman of INEC is an eminent legal luminary in this instance, who should know better, not to give interpretation, on his personal basis to a judicial pronouncement, and is expected to have gone to the court to ask courts to interpret what they meant, by saying that the party should maintain status quo ante bellum in this instance. So, having said that, one would see that what ADC from their perspective is claiming, despite the fact that the issue in ADC continue to deteriorate, despite the fact that they want us to believe that now there is a united home, there is no serious issues, as David Mark did alleged yesterday. But the fact remains that when you look at these issues as being presented by the ADC, for example, they've gone ahead to tell us that the INEC swore to an affidavit before the Federal High Court, confirming the legitimacy of the process that brought up David Mark and Areboshana into the leadership of the party. And the question is, if INEC did swear to an affidavit before a Federal High Court, why now take this position against the affidavit they took and they swore before the courts that they've witnessed this process and that this process, followed due process? So why come out now to begin to take this position? These are the issues that needs interrogation, and INEC, like I always maintain, needs to be above board as an umpire in an election. They need to, inspire confidence in the people, confidence in the process that will lead to the election. And I keep telling you that the process is as important as the election itself. You need to see that the process is one that is free, fair, and credible, so that at the end of the day, the election itself will be accepted by all to be a free, fair, and credible election. And we do not. Nigerians are getting disturbed that these electoral processes in Nigeria culminate in litigation, where courts, in more cases, determine who becomes what in Nigeria, who assumes what position. And when you interrogate people, they cite these issues as to why you see the political apathy that we witness in Nigeria, where people no longer want to be involved. And it behoves on INEC to see that there is trust in the process, there is trust on the umpire who is organizing this whole process. So seeing the ADC coming out yesterday, to give action to their words, is one that elicits happiness in the people, to see that Nigeria is still a democratic nation where rights are respected, where civic rights are respected, where people can come, disagree, and protest, send across their position without fear of intimidation, as we've seen yesterday. And it's quite commendable on the part of the government that have allowed this process, this demonstration, to be peaceful without clamping on protesters. And I commend the protesters as well for the peace, the civility they maintained. But it was an awesome sight to behold, seeing these men leading from the front. And that's what we'll talk about. We need leaders who will lead from the front, irrespective of position, irrespective if you are elected into position or you are on the opposition. I say each of the positions you find yourself, either as a ruling party or opposition, they are positions of trust from the people, and in all instances, the leaders should lead from the front. And we witnessed that yesterday.
Whereas we witnessed that yesterday, we're going to go on a short break. We'll be right back with more updates on the newspaper. Stay with us. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. We're going over to the Daily Trust headline, which says 2027 ADC PDP close ranks. ADC PDP close ranks. The ADC and PDP are moving toward cooperation, setting aside differences to strengthen opposition unity and improve their chances ahead of the 2027 election. Well, ADC and PDP on the news coming together to, cooperate. From the headline we are having that these two political parties are, and yesterday they had a meeting which lasted more than 4 hours to, basically set aside their differences. And the proceed of the meeting may not be what will just be everywhere, but it is one of the signs and one of the steps that when you see it, you will know that there's something that is being done and something is cooking, especially looking at the Turaki side of PDP, which has decided to give themselves or take themselves away from the the wike side. So looking at this whole issue, we are having to see that this faction ADC and PDP are coming together. Even yesterday, while the protest was going on, after the protest, the meeting had to commence. The National Working Committee, who was delisted by INEC, I mean, I'm talking about Senator David Mark, the former Senate President, he said that there's no tension and there's no division in ADC, that they are working together to see that things come together. And the same thing, PDP on the other side are looking forward to, galvanize the whole situation and ensure that there are things that will come out of this. And I have many questions, of course. I'm asking questions around, are we going to have a super coalition? Are we going to have a situation where the opposition parties are going to come together? A section of the opposition party is going to join the people which we are terming as the major opposition party, that's the ADC. Are they going to join together, the faction of PDP? Are they going to join with the current ADC so that they will have a coalition that will be stronger? And looking at that from the back and from the front and from the sideways, we are having to see that something solid may come out of this, if it is going to happen, if it is actually going to be what will happen. Because PDP, they have actually ruled. There are rules which they have gone. Then ADC is in court, and these things are around the situations we are talking about. Mr. Che.
I'm laughing when you say we'll look at these things from the other side and this side, and it culminates into one thing that, like you rightly pointed out, they are galvanizing themselves into a common front. Yeah. And it's heartwarming to see that there is a conversation amongst the opposition. Remember that one thing is clear.
I remember you have been firing on the opposition party. You have been firing that there's no. I mean, you have been firing on ADC. You are also been firing on. Generally, you have been firing on opposition, that there's no strong opposition.
No, the issue is that the opposition has not lived up to our opposition. And I make bold to make that statement. We've not had a viral opposition in Nigeria in this dispensation. Yes, when I say that, does not take away the fact that, yes, it's good that with these men from both the PDP and the ADC are talking and galvanizing themselves together. And like you did ask, if it leads to having a stronger coalition, that may be, acceptable and desirable as well. But like you did say, yes, I am quite hard on the opposition in Nigeria, and my position is, based on the issue of lack of strategy, right? We've witnessed in this nation when the politics of opposition is such that it is a politics of strategy, where you see counter strategy is all about who had a stronger strategy beyond being an opposition or the ruling party. And for me, that is what is not what is the opposition currently is devoid of. And that's why I am always hard on them, and I maintain that they've not given us that in this dispensation. But having said that, yes,
I wanted to talk about looking at the opposition and seeing that we are having almost all the tribes in Nigeria. I mean, the tribes, we're having the southwest, the southeast, the north, all of them represented in this meeting right now. I mean, it looks like something is really, and we're talking about stronger and strong politicians, okay, people who have done something,
first of
even
all,
from the middle belt.
First of all, let me correct you. It's not about tribe.
Yes, it's not about tribe.
It's not about tribe. We do not need to see it from the position of tribe. A number of times we speak to, we speak against tribe. Are you getting me? The position in Nigeria, if one is to, allude to the claims that there is an intentional act to drain Nigeria democracy and turn Nigeria from a multi-party system to a one-party state. It tells you that democracy is in crisis in Nigeria and all hands needs to be on deck. And with what we're witnessing, we are not seeing tribes. We are seeing Nigerian leaders the opposition coming together on a common front, on a common ground, to stand at what they term a common enemy. And a common enemy in this instance is that when you look at ADC and you look at the PDP, the opposition, they are all in turmoil. I do not know a four-front opposition political party in Nigeria that is not bedeviled with one litigation or the other. The ADC is currently in court. The PDP are in court as well. And I am not well informed that the LP, Labour Party, has really served of litigations. So, having said that, when these men are coming together to, join forces to fight what they call, restriction on party autonomy and interference with party affairs, they have a common front. And that is good for democracy in Nigeria. That, yes, one thing that we'll keep speaking to is that democracy should not be tampered with. The democracy that we enjoy is a democracy that was fought and won with blood. And I'm quite happy that when we speak to this issue, we'll have a sitting president who was part of NADECO that is said to be at the forefront, NADECO that fought the military, NADECO that sacrificed men, NADECO that shed blood to ensure that we return to democracy. And that is why I am so excited that while we are speaking to these issues, we'll have a Democrat, a proper Democrat as our president, that after all said and done, the one who occupies that seat is someone who has fought in the trenches to ensure that there is democracy in Nigeria. And I do not see President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, sitting on the sideline and watch democracy, derail in Nigeria or democracy be sabotaged in Nigeria. Having said that, yes, speaking to the issue as it affects the opposition, moving into 2027, is quite interesting to see that these men are closing rank, because it seems they have a common enemy, which is the ruling APC that they want to wrestle power from. So when it involves strategy, yes, it's a welcome development to see the opposition, speaking to strategy. And you did mention that the meeting lasted for upwards of more than 4 hours. Yeah. So for me, they've not come out to speak publicly as to what was discussed in this meeting, but it doesn't negate the fact that at the front burner will be how to whip INEC, in line, because when you look at the PDP, the ADC, and even other coalition parties and opposition parties, they have a common ground, and that is the fact they keep speaking to the fact that INEC is not neutral. And in this instance, INEC needs to come out and prove that they are still a credible umpire, that they can be trusted to oversee the affairs, the process leading to 2027 election and the conduct of the election itself. And if the opposition are united in calling INEC to sit up, or the removal of the chairman of INEC, then everyone in Nigeria needs to listen. But I tell you one thing is that the country, every Nigerian, every citizen, all hands needs to be on deck to see that we protect democracy. Even the APC, even the opposition, all hands needs to be on deck, within and without, to see that democracy is protected in Nigeria. And like I did tell you, I'm so excited that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a Democrat, and I know that he will pull his weight as well to see that democracy is protected in Nigeria. But the opposition speaking, and I know they will continue to speak, and it was quite hilarious to see Governor Seyi Makinde of the PDP, speaking with the opposition. And I know that the other faction will not be so excited to witness that. But what is at stake here is that the coalition is marching forward. And like you did ask, if at the end of the day we will see a super coalition, that will be welcomed, because that was what brought APC, conversation and discussions like this was what brought APC into power. And the fact, and I keep speaking to this, that every government in power needs an opposition to checkmate it, and that will keep the opposition, the ruling party, on their toes, especially in terms of delivering the dividends of democracy. So it's a welcome development that they are discussing.
All right, we go over to the Guardian headline, which says opposition explores options as ADC PDP question INEC's neutrality. Opposition explores options as ADC PDP question INEC's neutrality. Opposition parties are considering strategic responses as the ADC and PDP raise concerns over INEC's impartiality, intensifying political tension and uncertainty ahead of upcoming elections.
Yes, it still boils down to the same
yes,
issues. And, would they raise that the opposition in Nigeria are speaking to the neutrality of INEC? And like I did say, INEC need to, like Caesar's wife, come out above board.
Yes.
In this matter, they do not need to be clean. They have to be seen to be clean. They have to be seen to be neutral. And all the opposition political parties, like I said, are alleging to the lack of neutrality of INEC in these issues. And INEC needs to prove to the nation. If you look at the charge of the demonstrators yesterday, part of it is that they are speaking to the restriction on party autonomy and interference with with party affairs. And if you do not have party autonomy and you have interference in party affairs, then democracy is threatened. You will not have a credible, democracy. And if democracy is threatened, God forbid, that we will return back to the trenches or to the military era or to a Chinese kind of leadership or politics in Nigeria, where you have a one-party system. It will not go well for a multilateral society like Nigeria. So when we see the opposition coming together and speaking, one thing that makes one happy is that conversation would only lead to how to strengthen democracy in Nigeria and keeping a ruling party on their toes, and is a welcome development. But INEC, like I have always said, needs to come out to be seen to be very, very neutral, to be seen to be very, very, apolitical, to be seen not to be aligning with any political party. And when that is achieved, I tell you, we will be in the process of having a very credible and acceptable election that will be free, fair, and credible, and acceptable by all contenders, all political parties. But if the process is questionable, then be rest assured that the outcome of that process would equally be questionable as well. And Nigerians are so tired with a situation where we will continue to run to the judiciary to interpret our election and begin to be the determining factor of who occupies what position in Nigeria. We are waiting to witness the kind of Humphrey Nwosu election that is accredited to be the freest election in Nigerian history. And everybody expected Professor Josh Amupitan to be able to live up to the mode of Professor Humphrey Nwosu, the chairman of the body that conducted that election of June 12th, that is acclaimed to be the most freest election in Nigerian political history.
All right, and that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite paper from your nearest vendor or catch the full details online. Now, in other news, we have tensions have resurfaced within Nigeria's entertainment industry following an exchange involving Burna Boy and Wizkid. This is actually one of the issues that has been raised in the entertainment industry, which has caused a lot of faction, coming from the fanship side, where many Nigerians, many young people are fanning the Burna Boy clan. They are called the Outsiders, and other people are fanning Wizkid. He's a whiz man, whatever. He's now a man, of course. A lot of issues are surrounding that, where people are choosing their fan and choosing who to stand with, who knows it. And this has caused a lot of tensions that from this side, Burna Boy was seen from a video that surfaced on the internet, where he was, having a throwing hands with one of Wizkid's aide. Talking about DJ Tunes, one of Wizkid's close aide, and that has resurfaced on the internet and has thrown a lot of banter between the two factions. I'm calling them factions now because although they are not political, but we could just talk about it in the groups. So now, looking at it, these things are the things that comes up, and because of that, DJs in Nigeria, the Association of Nigerian DJs, has actually sidelined Burna Boy's songs from being played in clubs, which has resulted to other issues that are coming up. And Wizkid yesterday came out on his X platform and wrote his own tweet, talking about the issue, but in a more critical scenario, painting more critical scenarios, which has led to a fallout. Even though they are asking Burna Boy to apologize, and these things are just rising up, especially the exchange and the touching of DJ tunes.
All right, speaking to this issue, first of all, it's quite commendable what these artists are doing. On a positive side, they bring fame, and they get foreigners to reckon with Nigeria. And they've been a good export for the country. They bring in foreign exchange as well. They've gone global. It's no longer a Nigerian thing, and we'll commend them for that. But coming to the issue, surrounding the entertainers, where they has become, like you rightly said, they are now having faction. We are seeing, you call it the Whiskey FC, and then you have the
FC,
and the Burna Boy.
The outsiders.
The outsiders as well. It makes one to remember the situation around. You remember Biggie and Tupac Shakur in 1994, who had the East Siders and the West Side, and it culminated into serious thuggery where people were being killed at will. It led to violence, and if this is not checked, we pray that it doesn't deteriorate and degenerate to that level that was witnessed, in America in those days, where the East Siders and the West Siders don't meet. Do you understand?
Yes.
And it was serious violence. And now, speaking to this issue, is getting to that point where a celebrity like Burna Boy had to, in the open, violently throw a punch to a DJ, even though he's a reckoned to be an FC. So you see that dichotomy between these entertainers now, and leading to throwing of punch. And in this instance, the J-Tunes, if he wants to pursue legal actions, he's within his right, because Burna Boy, right, was violent. It was a violent conduct, and he is someone that should be careful, knowing that there are people who are emulating his conduct, and his actions can and could energize other people into being violent as well. And this thing that looks like banter may deteriorate and degenerate to issues, areas of fiscals or exchange, violent exchange, which we should not be allowed to filter into our entertainment culture and the Gen Zs, the stubborn Gen Z generation that we have now as well. But having said that, and looking at the DJs, banning the music of...
they didn't ban him temporarily. They said he has to come out to apologize.
Yes, apology is due. He needs to apologize because his conduct his conduct is unruly and unacceptable for someone, a celebrity of his status. Like I did tell you, there are people who are emulating him. There are people who are modeling themselves according to him. So he's a role model and shouldn't be seen to do such, even when, and going ahead to make a video making a mockery of the situation.
Yes, of the situation.
He should, publicly apologize. And you see the association of DJs, they are right in their position to want to protect their interests. We're speaking to the issue of Segun Kimbolaye and the FCT minister.
Yes.
You've seen Nigerian Guild of Editors coming out to give for the FCT minister to apologize, right?
Yes.
So it's in tandem to see protecting their owns and their interests. So it's a welcome development, but we should do everything humanly possible to see that this, these banters, does not deteriorate to the situation in 1994 of the, Biggie and Tupac Shakur, who are now beyond, leading. There's been counter allegation as to who killed who, and that there's only one life we have, and we shouldn't let this thing deteriorate. But DJ Tunes is within his right to pursue legal action against Burna Boy if he's in the right and he so desires as well.
Okay, still in other news, we have World Bank, multidimensional poverty threatening Nigeria's economic potential. They said multidimensional poverty threatening Nigeria's economic potential. The World Bank warns that widespread multidimensional poverty in Nigeria, covering lack of access to education, healthcare, and basic living standards, is undermining the country's economic growth. And the report highlights that without urgent and inclusive reforms to improve living conditions and human capital, Nigeria's long-term development and productivity will remain at risk.
All right, When we look at this issue, the question to interrogate is how are Nigerians faring?
Yes.
The World Bank coming out with this position, are they far-fetched from the issue? What is the reality on ground? You know, on the other side, I read in the news where the federal government, you know, is replying to the CSOs who have taken similar position, speaking to a number of factors, you know, speaking to the economic hardship in Nigeria and the corruption in the country, you know, but the federal government are speaking to things improving, consolidating on the gains and all that. But the question remains that in as much as we are speaking to consolidating on the economic agenda of Mr. President and that things are getting better, irrespective of our foreign reserve, you know, increasing from where they met it as well, the point remains that, yes, we are told that the foreign reserve is scaling up to around 40 something billion US dollars.
Yes.
But in as much as, yes, we are doing all that, what, you know, is the position of the common man on the street? How are they faring? What's the price of stable food in the market? Can the common man be able to afford, you know, common staple foods in Nigeria? When you go to the market, check the price of a bag of rice in Nigerian market. Are they such that a common man on the street can afford them? The prices are still high, in as much as we are celebrating, consolidating, and bringing this thing down. The question remains, what and where is the common man in Nigeria? Look at with the crisis in the Middle East, for example. You've seen that the common man in Nigeria has been protesting against the high increase on fuel, and Nigeria is a net exporter of crude, and we are buying fuel at exorbitant prices. Yeah. Good enough, we are seeing that a truce, you know, has been reached where hostilities will be suspended for at least 2 weeks, and we hope that that would impact on the price of crude, and then we begin to see the prices of fuel and gas come down in Nigeria, so that the ordinary man will begin and continue to go about their businesses, you know, as usual, where there has been an increase in the price of transportation as well, impacting on food commodities in Nigeria. So overall, the emphasis remains the common man, and whatever government is doing, you know, speaking to macro and microeconomics management, it has to be translated to one thing: the welfare of the common man on the streets, and that's what matters.
And that's what matters. And that's a wrap on this edition of Sunrise. Thank you for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass, from Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea. Responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, they educate, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research. Not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce. And those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in, even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain, because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just, how do I put it? It's not, sometimes you ask questions and human being explain with nature. But robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. But let me just say, most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone has, even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be what? To be computer literate, that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it, because for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app, that is in my phone, that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not have experience. So AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. So in the negative side, I realize maybe it can make people become lazy, because every little thing people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient, because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I'll prefer human beings to educate my children, because I think they foremost had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as, yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So, and we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So if my child is above 15, I can trust AI. But below that age, I wouldn't want to, because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear: as technology shapes our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And looking at 2027 alignment, we are talking about issues. We step into one of the most consequential fault lines in Nigeria's democracy, INEC versus ADC, the clash of the law, politics, and public opinion. What may look like yet another internal party crisis in fact is a test of who really controls the life and death of political parties in Nigeria. Is the court interpreting the law in plain letters? Is it an electoral commission navigating its powers? Or is the invisible hand of political calculation working behind the scene? To help us unpack this, we are pleased to have with us Dr. Gosin Eze, public affairs analyst, whose unique opinion will capture how this dispute is reverberating on the streets, dividing the media and the minds of ordinary voters. And joining him is Dr. Kasmir Abo, a legal expert, a prince at the Temple of Justice, whose insight will guide us through the legal spine of this controversy, status quo antebellum, party autonomy, and the legal implication of INEC's action. As the battle over recognition, leadership, and court orders unfolds, Nigerian voters are left asking a simple but powerful question. When the law, the institution, and the street disagree, whose version of justice will shape our ballots in 2027? That's the heart of today's Insight. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you both join us on the Insight.
You're welcome.
Now, Doc, let's quickly run to these issues. And from a lawyer's perspective, let me get your opinion on why we are in court. Speaking to INEC, the ADC, we are in two courts here now. The course of law and the course of public opinion.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me. Ordinarily, I would have recused myself from commenting on this matter, because whatever I say will be seen from the perspective of being biased.
From the perspective of being biased?
Because I'm of the Labour Party.
Okay.
I'm the chairman of Labour Party in Enugu State.
Okay.
What is happening today is as a result of karma.
A result of karma?
Yes. You know, when you think the universe is very quiet and you fail to dig into the quietness of the universe, you make a lot of mistakes. ADC is a party. I have been there for almost 2 decades. So like Labour Party that was formed, Labour was formed 2002, and ADC, I think it was 2003 or 4 or 5 that they formed the ADC. And every party has a constitution, the grand norm, under which it operates its activities. And once you deviate from that grand norm, you get illegality. And illegality is null and void, of no effect, and of no consequential order. Why I say it is karma is that if you look at the people surrounding the ADC and see where they are coming from, you see what they have done in their previous parties. I'll pick our principal, Mr. peterobi.
Is he still your principal?
Of course. He's my former presidential candidate and also a principal. In politics or in life, once you are senior, you are senior.
Okay.
He came into Labour Party and was given all the structures of the party without questioning. There was no proper bargaining or conditions laid down by a led Labour Party. He operated in that angle, and you know, a movement that you know started from NSAS, civil society organization, the third force, you know, the third force of Obasanjo and part of Tommy. They all joined with Labour movement and bettered peterobi. And I was thinking that after that Supreme Court judgment, the party would have sat down, have a kind of thanks you services throughout the whole country to the electorates, and then go into the party and say what exactly happened. Why didn't we clinch this at the legal aspect of it? Because they won, by my calculation, they won that election. But instead, there was this infighting, unnecessary infighting, and they ported to ADC. The ADC matter, you are aware that ADC had a presidential candidate like Obi in Labour Party. And you know that there was a court judgment that removed Ralph Nwosu. His term ended 2022. Our problem in this country is that we refuse to obey the law. That's our problem.
So
if a court pronounces now that Kasimi Agbo is no longer the chairman of the Labour Party, if a court makes that pronouncement and are failed to pursue it, to vacate it, you cannot become Labour Party chairman.
Are you saying that after the 2022 convention that re-elected Ralph Nwosu, that they didn't go to court to vacate that order?
Let me come. You will get it by if you inquire more. I'm not from ADC. Okay. But that is what Kachuku is alleging. And even the third man, I think what is that his name? The third chairman.
Nafi Gombe.
No, it's Nafi Gombe. Yes, Nafi Gombe. There's another man, another chairman.
Okay, the one leading the 23.
Yes, of course. He's alleging that his term has expired. Even if it has not expired, why can't you go into the constitution and look at how you can acquire a party? Is it a measure? Is it a coalition? Is it an entrant of the new members? Okay. If you go in and find out how it is done, you must carry all the stakeholders along. The problem is that they are accusing each other of betrayal. That is the problem. In terms of what happened, ADC and Mark, they are in court. Federal High Court. Mark appealed, according to Amuftan, Mark appealed that judgment since last year. He appealed an interlocutory in judgment till last year, and it was in a court of appeal for 5 months. Right? And Amuftan was saying that appealing that particular judgment was unnecessary because it was not dealing with the substantive issues. That was where, and let me make this statement. It is Igbo says that no okay no nago, okay no sinke no nago, no head no fe.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that it is that rat that is in the house that will tell the rat in the bush that there is meat inside the house.
Okay, I will still come back to you, Doc. You're welcome. No, looking at this issue, Doc, let me get your opinion. Do you hold similar opinion or you differ on this? And why should ordinary Nigerians in the streets of Kano, in Enugu and Lagos care about what is happening in ADC?
I don't differ with you.
You don't differ?
But I have to make some other contributions towards that. I've been following the political trajectory of Nigeria for a long time. The peterobi, Kwankwaso, David Mark, Arishola, and they behave as if they are not reasonable.
As if they are not reasonable?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
In terms of the method by which they went into the ADC. Like you said, ADC was an existing political party with structure, all levels, and with constitution. Let me flash your mind back to how APC emerged. It was a combination of CPC was led by Buhari. They collapsed CPC. ACN was Tinubu. They collapsed. These are political parties that collapsed. And then ANPP, led by late Dr. Ogbonne, they collapsed. And then part of APGA, led by Rochas Okorocha, collapsed. Their identities were submerged, and another name came up. But in this case, individuals assembled themselves, went to a political party that was existing before. If they had, like Rufai said, if they had gone to register a new political party, and maybe INEC denied them that opportunity. If they are going to another party that is existing before them, they shouldn't come there to hijack the national secretary and national chairman. And these are people, all of them, peterobi, Atiku, Kwankwaso, Amechi, all of them have presidential ambition. And you can imagine when they went into ADC, they went there and come up with their own structure, neglecting the other party, the other structure that the party had before they came. So they made a fundamental mistake. And like you said, any pronouncement by judiciary in this country must be challenged by somebody, even when it is true. They have no reason to go to another political party. They could have come in there individually as members. If they had been, peterobi had been in Labour Party, he is their principal. Atiku had been in PDP. Amechi had been in APC. Kwankwaso had been in NNPP. Did they collapse those political parties they belong to as to dovetail to ADC? ADC was there already.
Okay.
You see what I mean? So it is not a question. And when you talk, if you look at the emergence of APC, Buhari was the arrowhead. There was no challenge about who is going to be the presidential candidate. Even Tinubu, who had it, suppressed it. When he was offered the vice presidential, he said no. He recommended
Doc, we understand you correctly. Are you hinging this crisis on the fact that there are, mirrors of ambition of these players in?
No, the approach they used
is wrong.
You come into ADC was wrong.
Okay, I'll still come back to you on this, Doc. But from a legal perspective, speaking to the fact that ADC, David Mark, had come out publicly to infer to the fact that INEC was part of this process and had sworn an affidavit in court to the process being a very free and due process we have followed to arrive at David Mark Arebeshola leadership in ADC. And the same INEC turning back this time around to take a different position.
Well, I think no legal principle is cast on the stone. It depends. It involves with court judgments, rulings, orders, and so on. What has just triggered this is because of the order of the appeal court.
The order of the appeal court.
Yes, we say status antebellum.
Okay, now that we are talking about that,
you are right.
Status antebellum.
You must go back to originality of the matter.
What's the originality?
If I will say to the extent I know, I'm not a member of ADC, and I'm not
speak from the perspective.
The perspective of law is very simple. When did Bala and David Mark group began a fight? Who was in charge? If you look at the person who was in charge, the person should be in charge now.
So who is that person?
Yes. If you ask me, and if I'm correct, I will say that Musu was in charge before now, before Mark and Bala, because Bala is saying he's not, he's a vice chairman not under Raf Musu, and Raf Musu equally resigned, right? And they said his tenure has ended. It's a complicated matter. So if you go back, and the court says, do not do anything that will render our judgment nugatory, useless. For instance, let me use this house as an example, housing Aneke TV. If there is an intention to destroy this house, and Aneke TV runs, or the tenancy runs to court, and court says maintain status quo antebellum, this house must stay. The person who wants demolition should do what? Leave the house until judgment is done. The tenants should go back to their respective flats. You can't tell the tenants to leave the house. You can't tell the person who wants them to demolish. Because if you demolish, then the judgment of the court at the end of the day will be rendered useless because you have done the act. If you ask the tenants to leave, you are now leaning on the landlord who wants to demolish the house. So let the parties maintain their positions. Tenants go back, landlord remain until the matter is determined. If you do anything at all, the court will not have anything to say at the end of it. So in the case of ADC, go back, which is let him go back and he start fighting with his subordinates like vice chairman and so on. David Amanga group should go away.
But it's on record.
But let me come. The INEC says we are not organizing Bala Mohammed or David Mark. They should all stay. No correspondences from these two groups. But because the hawks are more in David Mark's side, you know, Atiku, Obi, who has public sympathy. These are public sympathy now. It doesn't translate to win an election. You know that. You can come out here and they start shouting you this, like the time Jim Wobodo was there. I don't know. You know what happened. So at times certain things doesn't translate to election winning.
All right, Barrister, from the perspective of law,
is
there any known law in Nigeria that allows INEC to create a vacuum in political party leadership?
Well, let me forbid that. Let me answer you. Let me answer in a simple way.
Okay.
God forbid that any lawyer should know all the law.
Okay.
It's a non-legal maxim in law school.
Okay.
God forbid that any lawyer should say he knows all the law until you make a research.
Okay.
The INEC is hinging their decision on the order of the Court of Appeal. You listen to
the order of the Court of Appeal.
Yes.
I'm just asking, Doc. Okay. INEC interpreted the order of court. They do not have the right to interpret the order of court, and that was what they did.
They're not interpreting; they're obeying.
Obeying.
There's a difference between interpreting.
It happened in Labour Party.
Barrister did incite status quo antebellum, and he has described that from the perspective of the law that says you should return to the position of things before litigation, right?
Yeah.
And in this instance, if INEC and he has leading to controversies, one should expect that INEC should have gone back to the court to give interpretation.
No, they can't go back. They can't go back. The matter has been sent back to Federal High Court for trial. That matter is the Federal High Court, though. It's not a Court of Appeal. What went to Court of Appeal was interlocutory judgment given by High Court, right? Which Court of Appeal dealt with and said, go back for a trial and go back for a substantive issue. I cannot deal on this because the matter is still there. Let me tell you, it happened in Labour Party. This issue of Nenadi taking over. Court gave an order. The other group, Abure group, went to High Court, Appeal Court, filed a stay of execution, which is still now under contention because the matter is coming up next week, right? And the INEC now recognized Nenadi Usman. Why is the public not crying about that judgment? No, public judgment. This is our public judgment. Is public opinion is right in law.
Yes.
So people are now, because they have seen their arrowhead is favored, they kept quiet. If INEC now says yes, there is a stay of execution, we don't recognize the Nadi and the Abure, go and finish your matter at the Appeal Court, you will see outcry now by the public.
All right. You wanted to give an opinion on this, yeah?
Give you an information. How one may ask, how is it through a Congress or through resolution that Mark and Marisha emerged? Was there any Congress by ADC?
But
the question
is very clear. There was no Congress.
No, there was no Congress.
In this instance,
so how did they emerge?
The neck of a political party.
Which neck?
The neck of a political party is the highest.
Are you aware that the 17 the state chairmen were all consulted? 17 are now with the Kogima, who is now national chairman of the functional chairman of ADC. 17. Enugu State here, Stella Chukuma, is with Kogi. They were consulted. I told them that don't ever, if a cock sees a good fowl being roasted and is happy, let it be known to that cock that he wanted to be his turn. Right? Today, ADCs, just ordinary how many months they decided. But we planned our own for 2 years, right? If you want to acquire a party, go to the constitution and read the constitution of the party.
But is alleged that INEC has attested to this process following due process.
Well, I have not seen that that thing they are talking about. The INEC, I like INEC do the counter.
If there was a congress
so forth,
that
brought them in.
The Mark and others, INEC will attend that.
Yes, INEC will attend that convention.
Doc, during this line of arguments, we can infer that perhaps that this is a fight on who controls the future of Nigerian politics, that people are scared of this coalition standing?
No, I don't, from day one, I didn't see that coalition work.
You didn't see that coalition work?
Of course, the same thing with me.
I know.
I know it will not work.
I know it will not work.
Do you know why it won't work? As he said, as Doc said, Atiku is there, Abechi is there, Obi is there, Kwankwaso is there now. These four guys, these four gladiators, have their eye on the ball, and the ball is the presidency. And for me, you don't even know the intentions. You don't even know the intention of Amechi, of Atiku, and now Kwankwaso. Somebody accused Kwankwaso, I think it was Balawu yesterday, and Kwankwaso is working for the presidency. And working for APC.
Kwankwaso?
Yes, somebody said it. Let me tell you, don't you ever believe a politician.
Did you hear the press conference that Kwankwaso?
It doesn't matter what he's saying. The tension is there. The mind is what we are looking at, our politicians.
So I personally, I felt that Kwankwaso made a political mistake by not remaining in NNPP. Kwankwaso is a good material for.
He may be a stooge for presidency.
But perhaps,
if he had remained in NNPP or even declared for APC and work with the party at any level, at any opportunity, he stands a chance of being a good material for the presidency when in 2031 it goes to the north.
Okay.
But like you said, people may feel that he's there just as a trial run or to deceive people. So we cannot continue to me, illegality is illegality, and no matter how long it takes, illegality will come to show.
Illegality will come to show.
Of course.
The people of South have endorsed Amechi as their presidential candidate.
Okay.
I don't know if the people of Southeast have endorsed Obi. And all of them, the way they all sound, nobody is ready to step down for the other. The obedient movement is saying that it is either Obi or
nothing.
All right.
They are too good. Some people guys in a two camp and say it must be Atiku.
Okay. Now, but we speak to Kwankwaso. It's been alleged that since Kwankwaso moved, and there's a possible, alliance between the Kwankwasia movement and the obedient movement, the possibility of that ticket is what has necessitated what we're witnessing in ADC. There seems to be that some people feel threatened by that union.
Well, as a politician, you must always be threatened by any movement. If you are not, then you're not a politician.
All right, let's pick the opposition politics in Nigeria.
Yeah.
The ADC is facing similar fates that the Labour Party has witnessed. There's no opposition political party that is not in litigation.
Yeah.
And people had led accusation to people wanting to move Nigeria towards a one-party state.
I don't believe that. I don't believe in it.
I've said it here.
You don't believe that too?
The problem we have in the Labour Party is Mr. Peterobi.
Mr. Peterobi had left Labour Party?
Yes, but he's still there.
How?
He's the one I went to Ahumahia under a Lego Act as a stakeholders meeting. Imagine a politician who says that stakeholders are appointing the national chairman of a party. Has it been done anywhere? Stakeholders. Not NEC. Obi is not a member of NEC, not a member of NWC. He went there with Alex Oti, and Alex appointed his own stooge, Mokocha as secretary, and he brought Nanadi, her former colleague in the LPDP cabinet, as chairman of the party, an illegal act. And they went to court. And what we had was at the end of the day, Supreme Court says it's a party affair. Then they went to Federal High Court. I've never seen where Federal High Court is interpreting the judgment of a Supreme Court. We have a means of interpretation of court. If you are not satisfied with any of this, go back for what they call judicial review. right? Or you pick the process in Civil and Schedule Process Act for interpretation of that judgment. And you ask the court, what exactly did you say? Because let me tell you, in court judgment, not all lawyers can interpret court judgments. Not all lawyers. That is why some of them will carry appeal from High Court to High Court of Appeal, and they still fail. If you read judgment in between the lines, you will see where the judge is referring to. But some of them, because they are in a haste, they will just carry judgment. We want to appeal the whole judgment, because the appeal says the whole judgment. The ground of appeal, the whole judgment. At the end of the day, you end up appealing for nothing. Okay. Right? So, for Federal High Court, Justice Peter Lifu to rise up to say he's interpreting Supreme Court judgment is an aberration. And we will hear what the appeal court will say before 27th of this month.
All right, I'll still come back to that. But Doc, looking at what is happening in Nigeria currently with the opposition.
Let me react to the one-party system, one-party state.
Yes, and that's where I'm still going. That's where I'm still going. I'm still talking to the issue of one-party states.
Any country that practices one-party state is a constitutional matter.
It's a constitutional matter.
It must be part of their constitution.
Okay.
It's not by proclamation. This is just the imagination of people.
Yeah.
Because they think everybody is moving into APC. They are now. It's nonsense as far as I'm concerned.
So with what is happening, do you see any political party fielding a candidate against the APC?
Many of them.
Why now?
We have 19 political parties.
19 political parties.
That has the capacity?
Oh, not capacity.
How do you know capacity? If you are credible and Nigeria believe you are a good material.
So how do you know
Obi can move to AA or NRM or APM.
It's been alleged that Obi is going to NDC.
Alleged.
The new party.
Not even alleged, it is true.
The new party,
NDC.
the Bayelsa State governor is the leader. And the thing one other person is trying to go to PRP. These presidential candidates, because they know they have failed.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us.
You're welcome.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is broad.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we're looking at INEC versus ADC, the clash of law, politics, and public opinion. And with us in the studio, explaining these issues are Dr. Gossen Eze, public affairs analyst, and Dr. Abu Kasmir Uchenna, legal practitioner and Enugu State chairman of the Labour Party. It's been a pleasure discussing with you on this issue.
You're welcome.
But let's go back to the position of law and citing the Electoral Act 2026, Section 83, subsection 5, explicitly states that no court in Nigeria shall entertain jurisdiction over any suit or matter pertaining to the internal affairs of a political party. Section 83, subsection 6 prohibits courts from granting interim or interlocutory orders in such cases, aiming to prevent the conflicting court orders that have historically, in any way that would infer or destabilize the internal affairs of any political party, speaking to the leadership of political party. And I'm asking in this instance, what we're witnessing with the ADC, is it not against the Nigerian law?
Well, I think this law just came up of recent, and this matter has been in court, right? And the laws are not retrospective,
okay,
right? They are talking about subsequent actions. You cannot take back law and say because the law came out today, the matter I have in court should be. But even at that, Supreme Court had made it clear that political parties and political conflicts has to be resolved internally. And you know, in party constitutions, there is an internal mechanism of resolution of conflicts. You must go through those hurdles before you can now, if you say you are denied fair hearing, court can now see where you are denied fair hearing. But I'm in support of these provisions of the Electoral Act.
Yes,
but
the framers of this have seen
yes,
this situation.
I support it. Why I support it that we borrowed a leaf from USA. USA, we have more than 2 political parties, but you only hear about Republican and Democrats. Even America have independent candidates. But I've never seen where after their congresses anyone had gone to court, right? You go through the internal mechanism of the party, go on they set up a panel, you go on an appeal committee of that constitution, of that this thing. Before the end of this, we will now say, look at this. And I don't even support the campaign. It is there, Electoral Act. Somebody after primaries to the camp. So this is a new innovation. It's a law that will broaden party politics in Nigeria. It's a law that will make politicians to think twice before he jumps ship to another political party. So I'm totally in support of that provisions of Electoral Act.
Okay, but we can apply that retrogressively.
Yes, after all this now, we begin again from 2027. Then no court will entertain all these injunctions, ex parte, interlocutory judgment appeals, and so on to end.
All right, but Barrister, does INEC actually have any power to freeze or withhold recognition from a party leadership, you know, mid-litigation or...
This is a court order. What INEC has done is a court order. It's a court judgment.
The
court order. If they had not done that, people will still be making noise as of today. In Nigeria, it's very common in human endeavors. If something did not favor you, will start making noise. Right? Did not favor will be at his group. Right? But they're the cause of the problem. They're the cause of the problem. Initially, Kachuku was shouting, Nwosu has no power to give our party to another people without due consultations, and they kept quiet because look at the characters of those who are in that. David Mark, is he a Democrat? David Mark, look at him. From being, I knew David Mark when he was governor of Niger State, military governor.
Okay.
I was in secondary school that time. From there he moved to Minister for Communication when he said telephone is not for the poor man. We were talking about that telephone should be in every. If you want to make a call in enugu, you go to Polo. That time.
But he has interpreted that.
Forget about interpretation. We know we are aware of his intentions that time. He's not a Democrat. He's the man that annulled June 1993 general elections, Abiola election. Mark was the one. Banga said it. He has a gun on his head that if you make him president, we kill you. It is there on his paper, in his book, Banga's book. Right? He has not denied it. He has been Senate president for almost, I think, 12 years or 8 years. David Mark, from Idoma area, in Benue State, Utubo. You can't see a good access road to his community. There is no health care in his community. No good primary school in his community.
That doesn't stop him from being the leader of a party.
No, he's not a Democrat.
But he should be a leader through the normal process.
Yes, normal process. You can be our president, but we have to say a record.
He's not been the governor of his state to ensure that those roads are...
Senate president for 8 years.
Senate president of
Minister.
Nigeria.
Governor.
He's the Senate president of Nigeria, sir.
Then.
Yes.
Yes. He cannot influence sighting of good roads in his this thing. When ordinary House of Rep member, the Enugu South here, brought a good road here to Ugwaji. Ordinary House, a first timer. And what are we talking?
Alright. But still on the position of law, if at the end of the day, INEC is found to have misinterpreted the appellate order, what are the...
The court will still give order. The court will still give order. Either if you go to court and the court gives, if they are in court, at the end of the trial and you make your final address, you can now ask the court for costs. That I'm looking for a cost of 100 million naira against INEC. It is within the power of the court to say I'm giving 100 million naira or 2 naira or at no cost. At the end of the day, court will say at no cost. Every party will bear its cost.
Okay. Look, I'm coming back to you on this issue of INEC. Looking at what's happening in the ADC, INEC did not in any time delist the leadership of Labour Party when they were in litigation. And in the instance of the PDP, we didn't see that happen as well.
They're not the same scenario, as far as I know, I think.
These are leadership tussles of...
No, but there was no other, there were no other group of persons that came and hijacked Labour Party. There are two contending, parties within
there
the
was
same
Julius
party.
Abre on one hand, and there was Nena Usman on the other hand.
Yes,
all contending for the
no other
leadership.
there were no other individuals that came up and took over the party.
No, but in the instant,
the court listed Abre. The INEC removed Abre's name through court order.
Recognizing
Nena
Usman.
Yes, through court order. They are not of the same thing. The court says go back to status antebellum. The court said recognize, they made it recognize Nena Usman. The judgment was clear. INEC should recognize Nena Usman. It was a clear judgment. Even though we don't agree with that, but the court has made a pronouncement. So of course in the another group said she cannot be our chairman. There's a battle still going on.
But you, on your own part, if I should ask you, would you have expected INEC to disobey court judgment, court order?
What is the court order in this instance? That all parties should revert to status quo antebellum. And what we have is different interpretation.
Yes, court said that it is the duty of INEC to delist whichever group.
Yes.
I've listened to argument from a spokesperson of the ADC, who is a lawyer as well, interpret status quo antebellum to mean the state of things before the litigation, which means that INEC should continue to recognize the leadership of ADC led by David Mark Aremeshola till the case is...
He has an interest. Has an interest.
It's not the true interpretation.
He has an interest.
After all said and done, where does this leave the reputation of INEC?
As far as I'm concerned, INEC has not done anything that should do their integrity to question. They only are respecting court order.
I'll mark you, INEC chairman is a senior advocate of Nigeria. People have forgotten that these are, when you go to social media, you see some people who are eating eba and agbado, right? Insulting senior advocate of Nigeria and say this is a professor from backyard. And I laugh at them because they are free to say whatever they want to say. The man came out and expositorily said what that case is and why they did what they did. That David Mark and Guzgu should go back to Federal High Court and ask for a selected hearing of their matter. So the court can now give order and they will know if they continue with this their still protests or this their King Ndagati movement around the street. They will not field any candidate by 2020. We have 1 month and now. Today is 9th. Till the end of May, 30th May, all party must have submitted the names of our candidate. That is why Labour Party is working at the appeal court to get the judgment of the Lufu quashed so I can have our candidate. And let me tell you, let me shock you. I want to say this, it's on air. The man who caused problem in the Labour Party is still there in the Labour Party.
Who is the person?
Peterobi is still there.
How is he still there?
Yes, the woman is appointed is still there. They are asking for a truce that we should come together and have a discussion. And the group of Alex Uti, they wrote me. We are going to have a meeting. Why they are doing this is because they are now at the helm of affairs by Utinadi, and they are begging us to sheath our sword so that Nadi can be our chairman. But Nadi is not a Labour Party member.
She's not a Labour Party member.
Yes, we have said this thing from one side. And Nadi is controlling the ADC in Kaduna. before that judgment. So that was the coordinator of ADC in Kaduna. Now what they want to do is to get Labour Party and coalesce with the ADC. Make it a kind of coalition, as what Doc said by ANC,
and if they should do that,
Apuga,
the two names will be subsumed.
Yes,
and
they give a different name.
A different name.
But time is ticking out. If you fail to do the right thing, you will be dragged by the tail.
But
until you crash.
But Barrister, from an outsider's perspective, should we hold the courts accountable for this crisis of interpretation that we're witnessing?
How can you hold the court accountable when the court is there? Court is there. You brought the case before them. It's like saying that police is corrupt. When the police is in their counter enjoying themselves, you cry and come, police, please, somebody has stolen my car, and the police will come out and start doing. The law will start saying police should be blamed. If the river did not see your leg, will it swallow you?
But you know, the rulings that we have been described to be so ambiguous when it comes to
by the people that have that kind of mind. There's no ambiguity in the judgment.
Okay, see, away from the scripts this time around, let's look at the reality on ground. What's the future for opposition in Nigeria, given what we're witnessing and the electoral timetable for 2027? You know, speaking to the likes of the Labour Party, the ADC, the PDP, these are front-line political parties. And the reality on ground is that these political parties may not be able to field candidates in 2027.
It's their fault. You don't need to ask him because he's not of opposition, right? You ask me, it is the fault of the politicians within the opposition flank.
Doc, would you agree that it's not the fault of us?
It's the fault of us now. We put our house in order.
Okay, so in other words, the issue around one political state is quite
if there should be real coalition, they would have started long time
ago to plan it.
Maybe 10 political parties may decide to form one alliance and seek for registration for another name of another party. From there, they muzzle all their resources together and form a stronger opposition.
Or you enter the party without a pro. Are you aware that there will be enter Labour Party from PDP? Did they dissolve him? 2022. It was seamlessly done. There was no illegality. There was no chaos.
He saw he couldn't win the primary.
The political situation in 2022-23, is it the same from the situation?
Why is it different? Because they are entering another political party with the deformity of principle. They must go in line with the party constitution and there will be no problem. If they had brought all the ADC and NWC members and said working committee member or NEC together and put them in one place and plan the takeover of ADC in line with the constitution, nobody would have made any noise. Even Kachuku should have been carried along. Even Bala should have carried along. Even the state chairman and secretary should be carried along because they're too powerful. State chairman and secretary are too powerful. They are the members of NEC. Right? No former president candidate is a member of NEC by party constitution. Unless you have been president, former president, or former House of Rep member, or former senator, or former House of Assembly member.
Kachuku was not part of ADC NEC.
Yes, he was
speaking to NEC. Now
yes,
you agree to the.
It's not part.
The NEC is the most powerful organ of a political
party. But Bala is a member of NEC. They were not carried along. The ADC state chairman, they are members of NEC.
Why did it take Bala how many months to realize that he was not happy, he was not carried along?
Well, any day, any man gets up and sees that he has been wrong, he has the right to challenge criminality. Crime has no time. If you commit crime in this Aneke TV, Aneke will look for you for 100,000 years. If you are still alive, you'll be caught and account for it.
Okay, Doc, let me pose this question to you directly. Looking at the number of votes who've witnessed in 2023, peterobi had about 6 million votes. Atiku, the same, where Kwankwaso had about 1 million plus, and we're looking at over 12 million votes with these men coming together. Don't you think that there are people who are threatened by this, irrespective of the time they came together, but by the fact that they are talking in the same room? Don't you think that there are people who feel threatened?
The scenario that played out that time is not the same thing now. The trajectory has changed.
The trajectory has
changed.
Yes, gone dramatically.
It's not the same. You don't even calculate votes the way you are calculating it now. The assumption, what you are trying to say, that if you add Obi's vote and Atiku's vote and Kwankwaso, it's very challenge it. Is it not what you mean? But now it's not going to be like that.
Why? What has changed?
The political biosphere has changed. One, Kwankwaso is running for the presidency on the same platform with Obi, ADC. Amechi was a presidential aspirant
in
APC. He was defeated, and he ended up by saying that APC is regretting having chosen Tinubu.
Okay.
Kwankwaso is only in Kano. And when you look, even when you look at the difference of votes each candidate got in all the places, sometimes if you take Kano for instance, APC had 1.something million, and NPP had the same thing with a little margin, even though it's more than that of. As it is now, Kwankwaso is no longer in the same camp with the state governor. Okay? So what are you expecting from Kano now? It's going to be tough.
Okay, for want of
the same thing with Lagos.
For want of time, what is the solution? Let me come to Barrister from
solution for what?
What is the solution to the quagmire the opposition political parties are in right now?
Play by the rule. Play by the rules of the political parties.
Play by the rules.
Yes.
And obey court order.
Obey court orders. Now that we're moving away from court order, court interference in political parties, obey party orders. We are going to have what we call monsters handling political parties. Do you know why? Because court can no longer interfere. The end of this, we sit down and say, Dr. Eze is our governorship candidate. And
by consensus.
You can't go to court.
Consensus.
You go to party committee or appeal committee. They maintain Eze as our candidate. You remain there and support Eze. You don't need to go to court to get injunction and say stop Eze from parading himself.
And you can't jump ship.
So you can't jump ship.
You can't jump ship.
There will be sanity in political parties, even though it will be difficult at the first instance, but there will be sanity.
All right. Let me come to you again from political aspect. Is there hope for Labour Party with the way things are on ground?
Labour Party is waxing strong. Before long, I said that our matter at the Court of Appeal will be judgment will come up before 27th of this month.
Okay.
And when judgment comes up, what Alex Oti and Obi are looking for, we all sit down and say, Nenadi might leave, Abure leave, we have another decision, or Abure stay, Nenadi support him, or Nenadi stay, Abure support him.
You say Peterobi coming back to Labour Party?
That is his personal view. If he wants to come back, because if he participates in the ADC primaries, he can't come back. So he must make his decision known between now and 15th of May.
Between now and 15th of May?
Yes.
But Doc, he's of the Labour Party and part of the opposition. Do you see any of the opposition political party being able to challenge APC in 2027 election?
I don't see anyone.
You don't see anyone?
I don't.
You agree to that?
Why should I agree with him? We root them out. Even we are going to root them out. Just watch out. The masses are angry.
Why?
Just the last 2 days. I think 2 days. A new state government said I have stopped this petty traders taxation.
Yeah.
Go out and hear what people are saying.
What are they saying?
That it is not enough. They should do more.
What do they want?
What they want is the house rent they should interfere in house rent. They should interfere in housing. They should interfere in school fees. They will interfere in a lot of areas. I'm telling them, they should go back to them and tell them that people are angry. We're going to chase them away from Agnach. They will.
You know, one thing about life is that no leader has ever come out and everybody is praising him.
Of course.
Nobody.
Even Jesus.
In human relationship, there are people whom you help, whom you take care.
They are what's enemy.
They will still hate you for doing them nothing.
Yes.
Okay. But you're still of the belief that APC will win 2027 election?
It's a done deal.
All right.
Let's wait. It's a done deal. Let's wait.
That's where we'll draw the curtain today on Insight. And if you're watching us, we'll be speaking to Dr. Abu Kasmir Uchenna, legal practitioner and state chairman of Labour Party in Enugu State, and Dr. Augustine Eze, a public affairs analyst, and we've been looking at INEC versus ADC, the clash of law, politics, and public opinion. You've listened to the experts speak on this issue. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and Twitter as well. Till we'll come your way, same time tomorrow. I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Doc, it's a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you, my brother. It's a pleasure.
Welcome.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. JAMB urges parents and candidates to report admission irregularities. First Lady donates 10,000 sanitary pads to schoolgirls in Kogi State. Details of the news. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has advised candidates and parents who are confident of their Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME performance but are denied admission to speak up through official channels. The registrar, Professor Ishak Oloyede, made this known during an interview on the Nigerian Television Authority program Good Morning Nigeria. Professor Oloyede said the examination and admission system has been strengthened to ensure transparency and fairness. He noted that the board is committed to addressing genuine cases of discrepancies in admission processes. He, however, expressed concern that some parents still engage in illegal practices to secure admission for their wards. According to him, such actions are driven by a belief that unlawful means are the only option. The JAMB registrar urged the public to take advantage of established complaint mechanisms rather than resorting to illegality, assuring that the system is now more accountable and responsive. The Office of the Vice President, through the Northeast Development Commission, has concluded a two-day training program for science, technology, engineering, mathematics and agricultural teachers in Borno State. The training focused on improving technical skills and modern teaching methodologies. The program, implemented under the Academic Support and Skills Enhancement Program, was held in Maiduguri. It aimed at equipping teachers with tools to integrate digital technology into classroom instruction. Lead consultant for the training, Benga Ojo, said the initiative was designed to strengthen teachers' capacity for practical and technology-driven learning. He added that participants were exposed to modern instructional methods aligned with global standards. The state focal person for academic support and skills enhancement program, Suleiman Abba Sharif, said about 250 teachers benefited from the exercise across 2 batches with certification support from relevant professional bodies in education. Troops of the Nigerian Army, operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, and local security volunteers have fought a planned bandit attack on Bagna and Erela communities in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. The operation followed credible intelligence on the planned assault. Security sources said the attackers attempted to invade the communities in large numbers but were ambushed by the joint forces. Several of the bandits were reportedly killed during the encounter. Residents confirmed that the swift response of the security operatives prevented what they described as a potential large-scale tragedy. They commended the collaboration between former security agencies and local vigilantes. One resident, John Enoch, expressed gratitude, saying the intervention restored confidence among community members and prevented destruction and loss of lives. The federal government has dismissed claims suggesting that Nigeria is on the verge of collapse, insisting the country is experiencing steady stabilization. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, stated this at the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria annual general meeting in Abuja. He said coordinated military operations have continued to degrade bandit networks and disrupt insurgent activities in parts of the country. According to him, security efforts are yielding measurable results across affected regions on the economy. The minister highlighted rising foreign reserves and diversified revenue streams as indicators of recovery. He also referenced Nigeria's reclassification of a frontier market by FTSC Rizal as evidence of growing investor confidence. Idris urged the media to report responsibly and support national unity, noting that ongoing reforms, though challenging, are aimed at long-term economic and security stability. Governor of Plateau State, Caleb Mutfwang, has called for heightened vigilance following a recent attack in Jos South Local Government area that disrupted a period of relative calm in the state. He described the incident as unexpected, given recent improvements in security. The governor said the state's earlier perception as one of the safest in northern Nigeria may have contributed to reduced alertness among residents. He stressed the need to strengthen community-based intelligence and response mechanisms. Governor Mutfwang also addressed concerns surrounding power supply during President Bola Tinubu's visit to the state, clarifying that reported outage affected only airport runway lighting managed by federal authorities. He added that Plateau State remains connected to the national grid and has initiated plans to improve infrastructure, including partnerships aimed at upgrading the Jos Airport to international cargo standards. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has announced the commencement of its 2026 recruitment exercise, opening more than 30 positions across various departments. The recruitment covers administrative, technical, and professional roles within the regional body. Many of the vacancies are based on the ECOWAS Commission in Abuja, while others are spread across member states, including Liberia, Guinea, Senegal, and Ethiopia. The positions range from support staff to senior advisory roles. Applicants are required to submit applications, including a curriculum vitae and motivation letter, through the official ECOWAS recruitment portal before the April 30th, 2026 deadline. The organization reiterated that the recruitment process is free of charge and warned applicants against fraudsters demanding payment for employment consideration. Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf has announced the payment of 32 billion naira in gratuities and death benefits as part of efforts to clear inherited pension liabilities. He made the announcement during the flag-off of the 6th tranche of payments. The governor said the latest disbursement of 5 billion naira brings the administration closer to clearing the 48 billion naira debt inherited from the previous government. He noted that about 2/3 of the liabilities have now been settled. Governor Yusuf assured retirees that the remaining obligations would be fully cleared before the end of the year, describing the payments as a matter of social justice and accountability. The leadership of the Nigeria Union of Pensioners commended the initiative, noting that the consistent payments have significantly eased hardship among retirees and families of deceased workers. The Zamfara State House of Assembly has suspended the chairman of Kaura, Namoda, and Bukuyum local government areas over allegations of financial misconduct and failure to comply with legislative summons. The decision followed consideration of a committee report. Lawmakers said the affected chairman reportedly ignored invitations to defend their financial records for the 2025 fiscal year. The Assembly described the action as a breach of due process and legislative. The House unanimously resolved to suspend the officials and directed them to hand over to their respective investigation. It also mandated a wider probe into all local government councils in the state. According to the Assembly, the move is aimed at strengthening accountability, transparency, and proper financial management at the local government level. The federal government and Abia State government have agreed on a joint plan to rehabilitate and upgrade the National War Museum and the Ojukwu Bunker in Umuahia. The facilities are key historical sites linked to Nigeria's Civil War history. Officials say the project is aimed at restoring the sites which have suffered years of neglect and repositioning them as major tourism attractions. The initiative is also expected to boost internally generated revenue and create employment opportunities. The Abia State government also approved the first phase of renovation works at the Arochukwu waterfall, including improved visitor facilities and infrastructure upgrades to enhance tourism. Additionally, the state has launched new initiatives in sports development and vocational training, including the National Sports and a special sports economic zone in Aba to support athletes and artisans. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. JAMB urges parents and candidates to report admission irregularities. Coming up shortly, First Lady donates 10,000 sanitary pads to schoolgirls in Kogi State. We'll be right back shortly. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has intensified efforts to address period poverty with the distribution of 10,000 sanitary pads to schoolgirls in Kogi State. The intervention took place in Lokoja under the Flow with Confidence initiative of the Renewed Hope Initiative. She was represented at the event by the wife of the Kogi State Governor, Sefinat Ododo, who reiterated the First Lady's commitment to ensuring that menstrual health does not hinder girls' education. She noted that the program targets dignity, inclusion, and improved school attendance. The initiative forms part of a nationwide program valued at 2.55 billion naira, designed to distribute sanitary products to 370,000 schoolgirls across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory for 1 year. State officials, including the Commissioner for Education, Wemi Jones, commended the intervention, describing it as a major step toward improving girl-child education and menstrual hygiene awareness. The family of Barnabas Teka Imota has called for urgent public assistance following his reported disappearance during a journey from Lagos to Benue State. He was said to have been last contacted while traveling through the Otubo axis. According to family accounts, his wife later received a phone call from suspected abductors, demanding a ransom of 30 million naira for his release. Since then, communication with the alleged captors has reportedly been cut off. The Amadzo Utiv Lagos State chapter is assisting the family in coordinating such efforts, although verification of the exact travel arrangement and transport company remains unclear. Security authorities are yet to issue an official statement on the incident, while the family continues to appeal for information that could aid in his safe return. Akwa Ibom State Governor Pastor Umoeno has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to the development of the Ibom Deep Sea Port project, describing it as a long-term strategic investment for economic growth. He spoke in Uyo after receiving a feasibility update on the project. Governor Eno cautioned against politicizing the project, noting that seaport development requires sustained planning, infrastructure expansion, and strong federal collaboration. He emphasized his administration's alignment with relevant federal agencies to ensure progress. He disclosed that preparatory works, including access roads, geophysical studies, and project office establishment, have been completed. He also directed the initiation of training programs for youths to prepare for future employment opportunities linked to the seaport. Project chairperson Mfon Usoro stated that the project has now entered advanced stages of financial structuring and investor engagement, noting that similar global projects require long development timelines before full completion. The Central Council of Ibadan Indigenes says Ibadan is positioned to become a major economic hub in Nigeria, leveraging its status as the capital of Oyo State. The group made the assertion during a press briefing ahead of the 2026 Ibadan Cultural Festival. The council's President General, Chief Ajeni Ajewole, said the city has significant untapped potential in commerce, culture, and tourism that could drive employment and increase internally generated revenue. He called for stronger investment inflows into the state. The 2026 Ibadan Cultural Festival is scheduled to commence on April 18th at the Lekan Salami Sports Complex. The event will feature cultural displays, business forums, and talent development programs aimed at promoting youth engagement. Organizers also announced that public figures, including the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akumi, and JAM Registrar, Professor Ishak Oloyede, will be honored for their contributions to national development. Now in sports, the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) has confirmed disruption to the Super Falcons international friendly schedule following the withdrawal of Cape Verde from 2 planned matches. The fixtures were scheduled for April 15th and 18th at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene, Ogun State. The friendlies were intended to serve as preparation for the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. Officials say efforts are ongoing to secure a replacement opponent to ensure the team maintains its competitive build-up. Head coach Justine Madu is expected to proceed with the team's training camp in Abuja as planned, despite the fixture cancellation. The development has raised concerns over reduced match preparation time. Super Falcons recently recorded positive results in previous engagements and are expected to continue tactical preparations ahead of the Continental Tournament scheduled for July. Former Nigerian international Etim Esin has raised concerns over what he describes as a creative gap in the Super Eagles midfield. He made the remarks during an appearance on the Play Zone podcast. Esin said the national team lacks a natural playmaker capable of dictating tempo and unlocking tight defensive systems. He noted that while Ademola Lookman remains an important attacking option, he is not a traditional number 10. The former midfielder compared the need for a creative hub to past generations of Nigerian football, referencing players known for their technical influence and vision in midfield. He urged national team selectors to prioritize the development of identification of a central playmaker capable of enhancing Nigeria's attacking structure and overall team balance. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Ruby Ojiako has publicly praised her husband, filmmaker Mark Madu, for his consistent display of marital commitment. She shared the tribute in a video posted on social media. The actress highlighted her husband's continuous wearing of his wedding ring, describing it as a symbol of his dedication to their union. She noted his support for both at home and during professional engagements. The couple, who married in a star-studded ceremony in 2025, recently welcomed their first child, a baby boy named Lotan Haziom Madu. Their marriage has attracted public attention following several family milestones. Ojiako described her husband as deeply devoted, adding that his consistent display of affection reflects strong family values and mutual respect within their home. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board (JAMB) has called on candidates and parents who are confident of their unified tertiary matriculation performance but are yet to secure admission to report suspected irregularities through official JAMB channels. The Registrar of JAMB, Professor Ishak Oloyede, made the appeal during an interview on the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA) program Good Morning Nigeria. Professor Oloyede stated that the admission process has been strengthened to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability across tertiary institutions in the country. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has donated 10,000 disposable sanitary pads to schoolgirls in Kogi State as part of efforts to tackle period poverty and improve girl-child education. The distribution was carried out in Lokoja under the Flow with Confidence initiative of the Renewed Hope initiative. The First Lady was presented at the event by the wife of the Governor of Kogi State, Mrs. Shefinat Ododo, who reaffirmed the commitment of the initiative to ensuring that menstrual health does not hinder the education of girls, particularly in rural communities. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030433710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon, and it is a beautiful Thursday afternoon where we discuss everything hot, spicy. I go by the name Gift Woodrow, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, and Red Pepper. It is the Vibe Central where we give you hot gist and groove, and where we dissect, turn the tables, celebrity tables around to tell you what is happening in the global celebrity world. And today I have a beautiful lady, elegant lady joining us today on the show, and she is Masina Chiku Uguma. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Hello, Ofatu. Hello, Custody. How are you all doing today?
Oh, I have one question, and it was just been ringing in my mind when I saw you today. Are you in the weather? Are you out of the weather?
None. I'm none of the above. I'm just here. Yes.
Just here.
I'm just here. I don't even want to talk about the weather because I was drenched to stupor today.
Where?
Right. I was coming out.
Where are you drenched now?
Like everywhere. I was wet.
Yeah, very well.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rain wasn't for me
Back
today.
To the business of today. I don't want to be in that mood. Move me to the celebrity world. That's where I belong, and that's where I am, because I'm doing something special for some people out there.
Okay. That's where we're moving to right now.
So today happens to be Very Dark Man's birthday.
Okay.
He actually is celebrating his birthday today, and of all, we have a lot of things, but one thing that marks or is an importance and a significance is that today he rejected all birthday gifts and has insisted on doing one thing very favorable. He said instead he signed a new artist, Monster Boy, and this only is his birthday wish, and he said please go and follow him up. In less than 20 minutes the boy has moved from 25k followers to 40k followers. That's a great influence. Yeah, and someone that can actually do this again is Tunde Not. Somebody that can actually do it. What do you think? Rejecting all gifts and everything just to give it to this particular guy who he actually sees as his signee, an upcoming artist, Monster Boy.
Well, to me, for him to do that, to go against having his gifts for his birthday, I think he did this because in the long run, he's definitely going to benefit from that guy. The guy being his signee, he's going to getting his own percentage.
Well, not like he's a signee, but actually he's a friend.
Okay, a friend. Yeah. Obviously, he just tries to
do back a favor.
Return a favor, not just returning a favor, try to give back to the society.
Yeah.
In one way or the other by, bringing this boy up to, making him known. Okay?
Yeah.
He's building his own legacy. He's building his own legacy. In case of anything, we'll be like, yeah, that thing he did.
Yeah.
And remember him for something good. Okay?
It's
not about causing trouble online.
Yeah. So you see Very Dark Man as someone who causes trouble online or chaos online?
Well, not really a conflict side, but I feel sometimes he goes overboard and he overdo. So
okay,
he's doing a great work too.
Actually, he is very well, because one of the things I recommend is that just a post from him, you just see 200 something followers, full comments immediately. I don't know, people sleeping on his comments.
Yeah, it's a win-win for him and the guy.
Okay. Moving over to my second gist is about Patience Ojoko, a popular Nollywood legend. She has opened up about financial struggle many actors facing in Hollywood, revealing that most actors do not receive royalty after movies are released. According to her, actors are just paid during filming, unlike the well-developed countries where performers continue earning from the movie and return streaming platform. She explained that this is one reason some Nollywood actors later face financial difficulties. She also noted that many actors are now moving to YouTube and digital platforms to create their own content instead of earning income independently. Her statement has sparked serious conversation about future and sustainability of Nigeria film industry. What do you think about this? You think that, like I always say, some of these actors, precisely, have gone bankrupt.
Yeah.
Old actors. You see the old legends going online to beg for money, especially when they are ill. Do you think it's something very shameful about the industry? Do you think there's no? But you see these new upcoming actors, you know, being our friends, you know, showing off money, showing off cars, you know, exploring all what. Is there something that they did in their own time and that is quite different from these new actors coming up?
Well, these new age actors
are making use of all they seize all the opportunities.
All the opportunity. They are into a lot of things, content. Because if you remember back then, you can't even compare then to now. Because then there was no a lot of validations, a lot of engagement. I don't know how to put it. I want to say something about.
Most times they don't even post it.
Yes.
More of plate and
yes. They were not. If now was like if then was not, because now is now modern. Then they would have been. They would have made more. Okay. Unlike now, everything is visible to online. A lot of social media. They are earning from there. Like the new age actors and actresses, like back then they were not able to have their own platform to post their work, their crafts and all that. People didn't really know them that much. They were not that popular, though they were actually entertaining us back then. So it really affected them. And also I think they have a guide, a guide. They have Nollywood guys, something like that. I think I've heard of them, where if something happens, then they have to come together to contribute money or to see them. Like it's more like when someone works, after work, when the person retires, they pay them pension. So they have a guy for that. I think there is something like that. Is this guy
still active based on the upgrowing thing?
I don't think he's still active because no one talks about it anymore. I hadn't heard of him. So we feel like they have money, then they come out. When they are ill, you find out that they have nothing
to show off.
Yeah, it's really heartbreaking. They need to do more. The industry needs to do more. Okay, the productions, they need to do more. They need to stand for each other. Okay, if you see that this person is not getting where he or she is meant to be, can they all be put through? Can all they like? Can they actually have a program or a foundation for these old actors who are unable to
do some certain
things, who are unable to, because of their age? They need to actually look into this matter because it's really getting out of hand. The only people making it big are the new age actors.
You're sounding like a philanthropist, but anyway,
I am.
Oh, right. So are you
upcoming one?
Are you open to open up a foundation for us?
I would love to.
Basically, for which kind of people, set of people?
I think for the oppressed, less privileged ones, and people.
It requires a lot of funding. Are you in for it?
I know. It has. You need to do a lot of funding.
Interestingly, well, wish you luck in your desire. Okay, I have a question for you, and it's something that I've just been curious. I've just been asking myself this question a couple of times, and it says, would you rather have a rich, absent, and nonchalant father, or have a poor, present, and caring father?
Come again, please.
Would you rather have a rich and absent and also nonchalant father, or would you rather have a present, poor, and caring father?
I'd rather have a nonchalant father, rich, nonchalant father. What did you say it again?
Rich
and
absent
and
nonchalant father.
Okay.
Than a poor, caring.
Like he's not giving me at all. He's not giving me money.
He's
giving me money.
He's giving you money, but
he's absent
and nonchalant about things you do.
Give me the rich one that is nonchalant and absent, please.
And you don't like the poor and caring?
No. I'll care about myself. Don't worry. Just be giving me money. Just have money, and I don't mind you being nonchalant about what I do with my life.
Are you serious?
Yes, I don't mind.
You don't want to suffer. You don't like.
I don't like someone even putting eye for me. Okay.
So I noticed that from this thing that you just don't like skimping.
No. Not just like.
So Otilo for broke boys for your side.
No, they
You
are
don't
not
want them
space for
close,
them.
no space.
You want to suffer?
Yeah, no, I don't want
to suffer. I don't know about you guys. Do you want to suffer?
I don't want to, but
please.
Excuse me, but I don't want to.
But if I get to, I'd be like Regina Donnell kind of thing, because she has made money, out of it. Even if she cried in Lamborghini and all that, at least she got something out of the marriage. You can't say me that girl didn't invest.
She actually did.
There's no way. She played her game. She knows what was coming up, in the future. Everybody plans, like her mom is there. She has friends. They'll be like, girl, babe, this man how old though. You go there do something, you go there invest, you go there do that, that kind of thing. They will advise her. She too advise herself. She used her brain to know that I need to invest, I need to gather money in case when you solve for back, I go, even if solve later, I know that yes, I've got something, okay?
This actually leads me to something we were saying. Big Stan on X tweeted, said, I was on a date with a girl. She was busty and cute, which made me fall in love with her. After a week of texting, we both set up a date to meet up. We got to the restaurant, we talked for a while. Then she said, so many guys text me every day, but I chose you. And he froze. After some time, he said, I pretended to use the restroom and then called my friend and told him to call me back in 5 minutes. And then I was pretending it was an emergency. I couldn't even wait till I got home. I blocked her on my way on all socials. What do you think about
that? The girl was boasting that she had a lot of guys in here.
No, it's not like she was boasting. The girl just made a commendation that like, a lot of guys text me every day, but I chose you, So the guy was like, oh, he couldn't get hold of this. So do you think it was an error on the girl's side, or do you think the guy made a big loss? Because the girl is beautiful and busty. You think it's a loss on the guy's side?
I think the girl
what did she do wrong that made the guy?
She bruised the guy's ego. Yeah.
Why do you think so?
She bruised the guy's ego. She's trying to compare the guy. She's trying to, belittle this guy. I'm just doing you a favor by being here.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give. Not like you're worth it. You're not worth being in my space. You don't reach the level where they run. Like you're not to the level of guys
whom
I mingle with. But I just chose. Not like you're worth it. Not like you have the money. But I just feel like let me manage you. She actually bruised this guy's ego, indirectly. But the guy actually, logically, the guy is sensitive enough to know that, this girl is trying to manage me. She's not dating me because she wants to. She actually tried to, date me because maybe for some certain reasons, okay? Not that she really wants me. For her to make that statement, yeah. That is it. That guy is not so ready for a relationship. Maybe he felt his ego was bruised. He felt intimidated by the lady. So that is what happened.
Interestingly. Yeah. And there's this another question. I'll keep asking you a question today. Just getting from my question. He said, after your wedding night, your wife asked you to keep a secret, and he said, babe, I don't have a womb. What's your reply if you're the husband?
Oh.
You are just your pant first.
Auntie Madam.
You're
going home. Like, I'm a girl's girl. Alright? But in this segment, I would like to say that, girl, you're going home.
Going home.
Because, first, a relationship should be something that nothing should be hidden. All should share opinions.
Everything
should be transparent. What if the advice was the case that the guy is impotent, or he does not have something between his legs? He doesn't have anything between his legs. How would you feel? Or what he has is very small. Like when you guys are on the wedding night now, you just remove clothes so that the thing was not there. What would you feel? I would say the lady needs to go home. Marriage is over because men. I'm not being a man. I'm not being a pick-me, because men. The reason why they get married first, the reason why they get married to have offspring, to reproduce.
okay, for reproduction reasons, they marry to have kids other than ladies, okay? Because me, I would like to marry not for children. I would like to marry, but for enjoyment. I don't want children. Bad girl. Even if I want children, just one or two kids. I don't have
you are not a fan of sex before after marriage?
Sex after marriage.
Or you want it before marriage?
Before marriage. Because I would like to see what's going on there. I would like to see what I'm going to deal with in the long run.
So you think it's very vital for every girl to explore first?
Yeah, you need to explore. You need to do sex before marriage. It's very important, both for male and the female.
Really?
So what I'm trying to say, as we're talking about,
you don't want this biblical saying that
it is good though. It's good to keep to commandments. But I think it's in this is 2026. Okay. I'm not saying being a virgin is not good. It's very good, okay? I'm not like encouraging or discouraging.
This sense.
I'm trying to, yeah, this sense is good. That doesn't mean that someone that says having sex is decent.
Are you
okay? Sure? No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Are you sure?
The Bible condemns that. So Bible condemns that, but things have changed.
Oh my God!
So we got to change before we marry, okay?
Really?
To avoid had I known, to avoid a lot of things, avoid something that would shake the marriage in the long run. So you need to do some check-ins, you know. So a lot has to be done.
You have to school me as a certain thing.
And also that lady, I want to be a student. Why would you hide such a sensitive thing from your husband? Something that has to do with womb. You hide it. Okay, let's assume that you told your husband before the marriage, oh babe, see what happened. The man might consider you, right? It might be, if he really loves you, he would. You know, maybe you say, babe, we'll work for it. You know, something might happen. We'll pray God might show us mercy. Because you said you might feel like you lost your womb. You don't have womb anymore. But you know how God works. God is merciful. It's everything. Okay, you might have done that out of ignorance. A lot of circumstances might have caused you, which I am not justifying that. It is very wrong
justifying that. But anyway, let me just throw this question again. And it says, as a wife, someone is advising, Leko Shoba, a South African guy is actually advising as a wife, never forget that your mother-in-law is more important than your mother. Do you agree? Your mother-in-law is more important than your mother.
Okay, in marriage, they always say that if the man is marrying the woman's family, and while the woman also marrying the woman's family, they're marrying each family. So in this case, I'm not choosing anyone. I will not choose my mom. I will not choose my mother-in-law. I will not be partial.
So you rather be neutral?
I'll be neutral.
And you think it's not going to be like bias? Like you have, see, in this life you have someone that you prefer the most.
But I can't prefer someone else's mom over mine.
That's what he's saying, and that you should.
My mom should come first.
Yeah, I think
please.
So, because
my mom should come first. Yeah, she birthed me the same way she. You don't expect the son to choose. The son can't choose you over his mom. You know that.
No, some men choose you over their mom.
It's rare.
It's rare, but it's actually factual.
It's very important. I'll choose my mom, but that doesn't mean I will not like my mom-in-law. As long as she behaves herself, as long as she's a good woman, she likes me genuinely, I will give her the love. I'll respect her. You know, she's welcome in my heart, but you not overstay your welcome.
I don't understand. What do you mean, your mom?
Not my mom-in-law. Both my mom and my mother-in-law. You don't overstay your welcome. You don't stay more than week in my house. At least even if you're staying for a long time, just 1 week.
Is it enough?
Or 2.
Is it enough?
Yes.
So you think more?
What are you doing in my house? Don't you have your husband's house?
So, but don't you see a reason to like that? You can actually bond more with your mother-in-law than your mother. Have you ever seen that case? A scenario like that?
It happens, but
at that point,
like I said,
even if she comes for a visit with someone you bond and gist with, you think it's more necessary to tell her, oh yeah, Mona,
before I get married, I'll have to discuss it with my husband. See what's going on, see what I like, see what I don't like. Cause me, I don't like unannounced visitation. I don't like visiting. I don't like visiting people. I don't like someone visiting me. So if you're visiting my house, okay, you need to plan it. See the time you're coming, see the time you're going. You don't stay to this. You don't stay 1 month. Even my siblings, my mom. What are you doing in my house? Like, this is my husband's house, for crying out loud. You have your own husband's house. Why would you stay in my house for more than a week?
Okay, let me
or
ask you this
2
last
weeks.
Question.
At least 2-3 weeks is okay to stay in someone's house.
Let me ask this last question for you. Yeah, okay, fine. Your death will save Nigeria. Will you gladly give your life?
If death will save Nigeria. You know how much I love myself. Why the president don't give a life? Why the other leaders who are leading won't give them life? Why I go give my life? Why I go waiting? Okay, Fanada, how will I enjoy the country? Why they say? I can't make it sense at all. Like seriously, it's not happening. I can't. Why are you like this, Ma? Why am I what? Cannot leave me. I cannot. Wake up of us. Actually, this is not a patriotic Nigeria. I'm not. I give up. Nigeria is not patriotic. What did you say? Patriotic. Yes, they are not being fair to me. They are not even being fair to me at all. So why would I be fair to them? I'm already done. I'm already done. Ma. You treat me to the process. I have to appreciate my audience out there. I have to appreciate my viewer out there for always listening to me, for always, doing the needful, always, checking up, commenting and liking all. And you can always do more. You can always ask Chris your questions. Go on our official social on TikTok, YouTube, X, Instagram, Facebook. Always send in your comment and be part of this conversation. Every day we are here for you. Ma, thank you for doing this every day with us. Like, I enjoy every bit of a bit. I hope you guys enjoyed this show. I want you guys to keep tuning in to this channel, Aneke TV. We bring you premium gist. We want what's best for you guys. We love you. We love you. Keep streaming. Keep watching. Thank you for having us today. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more
good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effects of it can be, restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hey, hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Agbani Road. Why the person start home? So again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all. Whether social, political, religious, or otherwise, you can access them on the internet. But on the other hand, negatively, there are so many negative information in life that is causing problem, affecting the youth of this generation, who don't know their left and right. Whatever you give them online, they just swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and become a social menace to the society. A government should put in place mechanism to checkmate destructive information, so that youth will not be negatively influenced through it, and society at large.
Obviously, any normal human being in this 21st century know that it has actually made life easy. He gets, or else the person is not, even though you're not used to these gadgets, you would have seen a lot of things that you'll be like, oh, triggered, or like, wow. For example, I'm a teacher, and it has helped me, my school has a smart TV, a smart board rather. Apart from that, phone, these days people are doing AI, making money. Even someone that didn't pass through the 4 walls of school, they are trying to make money with all these little things they learn. And I mean, it's extra source of income, so it's definitely going to solve problem.
From my opinion, I feel technology has made life easy rather than making it complicated, because we are in a modern era where technology has aided a lot of things and had made life more easy. For example, in the areas of communication, prior to this modern technology, we communicate to people through letter writing, and it takes probably 3 or 4 days before your message can get delivered to somebody, no matter how urgent it is. But these days, due to technology, you can be here now and communicate to somebody in America without delay. You don't even need flight to go to America. You don't need a visa to communicate to somebody in America. You can send email. You can message the person on WhatsApp. You can message the person on Facebook. So as far as I'm concerned, internet, technology has made the modern day life more easier. When it comes to the areas of education also, students have access to materials online as a result of technology. You mustn't buy a textbook these days before you get to maybe know something. You can be in Nigeria and have knowledge of a book that was written by somebody in America without going to America. So these are the things that technology has done.
When we talk about technology, the products of what most of the things we see today are technology. For instance, the vehicles passing on the road, they are all products of technology. So if I tell you that the technology did not make life easier, that means I'm lying to myself. Because even where I'm standing right now is the product of technology that brought me here. Otherwise, I would have spent the whole day trekking from my house to this place. So technology has made life quite easier. It may have its own side effects, or what I may call disadvantages, demerits, but that doesn't mean that it has not done good to humanity. Technology has actually made life easier. Everything that has advantage or advantages also has some level of disadvantages. Even the safest drugs we take have their side effects. Therefore, technology is not an exception. So, and if you look at it, the vehicles we drive, if you didn't do the necessary maintenance on them, they may be...
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
What again does man have on earth if not life and property? It is on this note that we are glad to welcome you on Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed to place a check on the security of lives and property. It also makes lots of effort to make sure that life is safe at all times, and then property is safe to the benefit of mankind. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, our YouTube at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi, and today our focus is on the security of our nation today. Permit me to introduce you to the guest we have on the studio today. He is a colleague in journalism and as well a public affairs and security analyst. Chijoke Ata, you're welcome on the show.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good day, viewers. Welcome to the show.
All right, how are you today, sir?
I'm good. And you?
I'm fine. I am fine. Okay, what's the core essence of security in our nation?
Well, the core essence of security is the protection of lives and property, which is the primary responsibility of government. Even though, like in common parlance, we say security is everybody's business, but primarily it's the government that is supposed to provide security of lives and property, because without security, there is nothing to govern.
Then why does it look as if it is very hard to check security in our nation as it stands?
Well, I think the problem with insecurity in this country is basically the lack of political will by those in positions of authority, you know, to provide security. Because I think it's not rocket science, even though that if you look at Nigeria, it's becoming a peculiar case, or like President Trump and the US will say, a country of particular concern. It's really disturbing that we've gone through this series of insecurity in this country, in spite of the huge budgetary expenditure on the security departments. So it's kind of worrisome. I think it only has to do with lack of political will, basically. That's what I'm saying.
Lack of political will.
Yes.
Okay. In your own view, what could be the core causes of insecurity?
You see, the core causes of insecurity, one is if you look at our situation in the country now, the porous borders is one thing that is giving the government a lot of concern, or the citizenry a lot of concern, because I wouldn't say government, because government appears to be helpless and unconcerned about the security of its citizens. Because any serious government places high premium on the security of its citizens. So any government that has failed to provide this security, in my own estimation, should be adjudged as having failed woefully.
But I wouldn't, you wouldn't say the government has failed. Rather, I would like you to say that government is making frantic effort. Maybe they have not succeeded, but not that have failed woefully.
My brother,
because we are still here. Nigeria is still here.
Yeah, Nigeria is still here, and day in, day out, you see of hundreds of thousands of people being murdered in cold blood, and you say Nigeria is still here. At the rate we are going, there will come a point that there will be nobody left in this country.
No,
because
no, God forbid.
Because every day,
that point wouldn't come.
Every day you see communities being sacked. You see hundreds of people being kidnapped and no trace. And you tell me we have security? Yeah, I know that. I think the security apparatus of this country has been overwhelmed by these bandits and terrorists. That has become a common phenomenon now.
Not absolutely. Not absolutely.
To wake up and hear of, you know.
Are you not expecting the good news tomorrow that the Nigeria security architecture is moving forward and then gaining grounds and winning the war?
My brother, the question of insecurity in this country did not start today. If we look back, you find out that during Jonathan's presidency, that was one of the key points the opposition used to kick him out of office, the Chibok girls experience. And now, since the exit of Jonathan, we've had the Dapchi, we've had the all manner of even worse cases than the Chibok experience. Every day you hear of carnages in Benue, Plateau, Niger, Zamfara, where? Everywhere. Even in my own backyard there at Soka in Enugu State, there you hear multiple cases of kidnappings and there is nothing to show for it. I mean, it's worrisome. Government should up the ante in terms of security, because security is not something you just mouth.
But I think
see practical commitment to making sure that these so-called insecurity is being tackled.
Yes, but I think as we are seated here, like I mentioned before, yes, that Nigeria is still here, and when there is life, there is hope. I may look at it as a frozen evaluation to say it was bad yesterday, it is bad today, and it's going to be bad tomorrow. So I think what we have for Nigeria is hope, because I believe it's going to be well.
Yeah, so it is that hope that is sustaining the average Nigerian. It is that hope, not anything else. The hope and divine intervention, not that anything is happening. Because how do you explain that we have to invite the Americans to come and help in securing Nigeria, a sovereign state, and you are inviting another country, another sovereign country, to come and help you tackle insecurity, to come and help you protect the lives of your people? You could see the trending story of the young American, you know, that was trending during the Plateau crisis, and they were chasing him out because he was bringing to the front burner, you know, the carnage that was the Plateau massacre. And it has continued. I mean, every Nigerian should be worried about the
We are, but then there's no way you can compare Nigeria with America in terms of security and every other thing.
See, my brother, if you look at the humongous budgetary allocation to security, year in, year out, Does it not bother you that a right-tag terrorist group like the Boko Haram and ill-equipped, ill-trained, even though they have more sophisticated weaponry than regular security outfits, that is giving us sleepless nights? I believe the government doesn't want to sit up. That is just it. That's why I say this political will, because if the government has the political will, I think this question of insecurity in the country should be a thing of the past. And if you've watched the trend, over time, you see that even fingers are being pointed at certain highly placed individuals as sponsoring and being behind these aspects of insecurity in the country. To what gain, I don't know.
But don't forget that 2027 is coming, and there are going to be a general election, and as a matter of fact, the next set of leaders will emerge. Something different can happen. That is my own view.
Yes, there is nothing wrong with being optimistic. There is nothing wrong with being optimistic, honestly. But then, the way things are going, is there going to be a general election in 2027? When all indication pointing to the fact that we may have a one-party state and a one-candidate election, because there are no opposition political parties again. PDP is in crisis, ADC is in crisis, SDP is in crisis. Which other political party is going to bring, the level playing ground for there to be a fair contest for the emergence of those saviors we are looking at?
Okay, they may sort themselves out before then. Yes.
Hopefully.
I know, hopefully.
If they do, then fine.
Is there no way you attribute this insecurity to unemployment?
Good. Well, unemployment is a negligible part of the causative factors of this insecurity, because if you look at the trend of the insecurity, the terrorism, the banditry, the hustling, the animal hustling, and then all the associated criminalities in the country, you find out that it's not really, you won't say those ones is about unemployment. Okay, you can't say it's about unemployment, because if you talk about armed robbery, the other not very serious crimes, yes, you can attribute those ones to armed robbery, but not somebody that is unemployed. Where does he raise the money to get an AK-47, for crying out loud? Where does he get money for an SPG gun and that? Where does he get money for rocket launchers? So we are talking about serious insecurity, not miniature, insecurity that is caused by hungry people that don't have means to get two square meals, because nobody talks about 3 square meals in the country now.
Okay, that is funny. Yeah. That is funny. What is your take on community policing?
Yeah, community policing, we are part of the advocates of community policing. Community policing, you see, the problem with this country is that we are good at initiating policies. Policy formulation is not a problem at all. We formulate beautiful policies, but then come to implementation, that's where the snag is. Because if you look at the trend, the level of corruption in the system, you find out that nothing good ever works in this country. Community policing is good, because in the community, everybody knows everybody. So when you see a strange fellow...
But I think saying that nothing good ever worked in this country, that's the overstatement.
Yeah, it's not an overstatement. It's not an overstatement, because if you see the beautiful policy formulations we've had in this country, if it comes to the implementation stage, it runs into troubled waters. Why is it? Because the greed, the avarice, the selfishness of the political class.
But you know that administrations have come and gone. Are you telling me that all the administrations, both the past and present, are the same?
They may not be the same, but the expectation is that as we progress with the development, with technological advancement, that things will get better. But unfortunately, in our own climb, things get worse as the society develops. Have you not ever imagined that? You remember in the 70s, the money you spend to buy a liter of fuel could buy you a brand new Peugeot 504.
That was 70s.
Yes.
Okay.
That was 70s. So expectedly, by now, the cost of cars should have come down, instead of costing as much as it cost in the 70s that were in the analog system. So, I mean, it's neither here nor there. The thing is that, you see, like the issue of this
community policing, yes.
You see, we have community policing, we have vigilantes, we have civilian JTF. Now, there was this security outfit, the Nigerian Forest and Security Services.
This community policing, yes, has it been approved to be workable?
It has been approved to be workable. Even before the clamor for it now got more serious. There was, at a point in time, the police decided to relocate their officers and men to their states of origin. And it was for a purpose, because they will function more effectively in those areas. You understand?
Okay.
So that's the essence of that community policing. But at the end of the day, everything in Nigeria is politics. Nobody puts the country first. Everybody thinks about self before country. So
okay, I wanted to take it from the aspect of state policing now. That's the end thing.
Yeah, the state police, in spite of all the arguments for or against, it's still something that is desirable. It is very much desirable. I know that there are possibilities of abuse, you know, knowing the kind of political class we have in our own climate. In developed countries, if you go to America, for instance, they have federal police, they have state police, they have county police, that is a local government police, and they're all working effectively and efficiently in checking crime and criminality. If you go to those places, it's not like there are no crimes there, but the beauty of it is that when a crime is committed, within a short time, you will be able to apprehend the culprits. In Nigeria, you can commit a crime here and for donkey years, nobody ever...
but taking note of the fact that here is Nigeria,
yeah,
and that is America,
yeah,
why do you think state policing can work in Nigeria as it's working in America?
Why the state policing or state police can work in Nigeria is that if you have a state police now, if you come to my place, Uzuwani is the food basket of Enugu State. If you go there, the kidnappers and the bandits and the terrorists have chased all the farmers away there. You can't find anybody going to the farm, because if you go to the farm alone, chances are that you will not come back alive. So if you have a state police, it won't happen invariably, because of course there will be more recruitment, there will be more deployment to flash zones and flash areas that they think that these insecurities are high. But why people are crying against the state police? Because of the politicians and their shenanigans. Because of course you know that definitely they will abuse it. So maybe if you're a politician now and we quarrel, or you want my land and I refuse, you tell the state commissioner of police to go and arrest that man, and they will brand you one criminal or that, and you'll be taken away. So some of these things that we cry about is just that our nature is one that we do not respect institutions. Institutional lack of institutional what do I call it now? Lack of institutional independence is what is giving us headache. Like the Nigerian police, it's not like they don't know how to maintain law and order. But the thing, you find somebody who say, order from above. Is it order from above from God? Then they commit, you know, crimes, the aid and abet crime. Those that are supposed to fight crime and protect the citizenry.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that police does. I don't believe.
Well, you may not believe, but that is the truth of the matter. That's the reality on the ground. Not all the police. There are so many.
No, Chief,
if
you wouldn't say. You wouldn't say.
If you fly our roads, you encounter some of our policemen. There are some nice ones.
In every system,
yes,
I think there are good and bad ones.
There are some nice ones,
but not to generalize.
But the good ones are in the majority. We have to call a spade a spade. We don't have to paint this thing, because any human being with a conscience in this country, you know, should be crying every day and praying and begging God to have mercy on you.
Even the police and the military you are talking about, do you think they have enough manpower to stand or fight what is fighting us in this country?
That is another angle to it. And that is why I said it is political will. Because the government, sometimes when they approve money for purchase of arms and ammunition, it ends in private pockets.
Do you have proofs?
Of course.
To what you're saying?
During the Jonathan era, the CSO, is it Dasuki? Of course, the money they were sharing then, that the people they were arresting people afterwards and taking to court, and people were collapsing in courts and all that. They said it was money meant to fight banditry. And
that is hearsay, Chief.
It's not hearsay.
You have no proof to that. That is hearsay.
It is all over the media.
That is hearsay.
It is all over the media. It's in the public domain.
So we have no concrete proof to say, yeah, this is actually what happened.
He was sentenced, and he's in jail, serving jail term, and it's not for nothing but for that.
Chief, let's come back to the drawing board.
Yes.
The manpower in the police and the military.
Yes.
Do you think there are enough, or are you suggesting that there is need to recruit more personnel?
See, well, where the police ratio to people and international standards for policing, Nigeria is highly under-policed. So there is need to recruit more. But besides the recruitment, how many of them are actually doing the policing job? Most of them are following VIPs, the so-called VIPs. You see one person being followed around with 20 policemen, all armed to the teeth. So how many are left to police the ordinary citizens?
And I think that's the more reason why there should be more recruitment.
No, that's not the reason there should be more recruitment. We should leave everybody to go without police. Everybody should go without police. If you are doing the right thing, you shouldn't be scared of your security. Because there are some other people that are even richer and more influential than those people that move around with police, but they don't move around with policemen. And that was why the president at a point called for withdrawal of policemen from VIPs. But even at that, are there not still people?
And that happened. And it happened.
It happened, but was it wholesome? It wasn't wholesome. Because you will still find some politicians that are still moving around with even ordinary local government chairman. Councillors are moving around with police.
Those are political office holders.
Yes,
are not ordinary.
They are ordinary.
How can you say that, Chief?
There is nothing that
they are not ordinary.
There is nothing that makes them special. There is nothing. We put them there.
Yes, we did.
They are our servants.
Because we need them. That's why we put them there.
Yes, they are our servants. And so they can't be more important than those of us that put them there.
Nobody is saying they are more.
So they should be able to, when it comes to election campaigns and all that, do they move with policemen? They will come and they will eat with you, they will drink with you. So why is it that when they are sent political offices, they now remember that they should move around with policemen? That is the problem. So let the police that are recruited be deployed to pure policing. And and secondly, you have to motivate them. They are poorly paid. Have you gone to police barracks and see the kind of squalid condition under which they live?
Chief, now you are talking. They are poorly paid.
Poorly paid, poorly remunerated.
And that can affect somebody's
Of course, it affects their psyche.
Okay.
It affects their psyche. And that is why they don't give their maximum. If you want to know whether Nigerian policemen are working, just wait until a policeman is killed or a policeman is harmed. It doesn't take more than 72 hours. And they will pin down the culprit. But besides that...
That means there is professionalism in what they are doing.
Yeah.
They are well trained.
When they choose to.
They are well trained.
Yeah, they are well trained.
Yes.
They are well trained.
That is why you see the expertise when they choose to.
When they choose to.
According to you.
Yes, because they are not well remunerated. They feel like...
Then what do you have to tell the government on that aspect? Because they are human beings.
I've said it on several fora that the police and the military need to be highly motivated. You know, you have to train them and keep retraining them and keep upgrading them. You see, the society, technology is moving so fast and society is moving along with it. So the police, see, these people, intelligence gathering, that is key to every security operation. It is not about the arms and the sophistication of the arms and ammunition you have at your disposal. If you look at the Iran war, and you see the way Israel has been prosecuting that war, you see that intelligence gathering is key to the successful prosecution of any security action. Because most times when they act, they don't just go blindly. They've taken time to do the intelligence gathering so that when they strike, they just take out who they want and go. Because if they had wanted to, if it was a fight of sure of raw power, they could have leveled Iran, overnight. But they just go and pick those people they want. They know the specific people they want. It's intelligence gathering. And that is what distinguishes them from Iran, that has been throwing missiles to every nook and cranny of Middle East and all that. So our security apparatus should invest more in intelligence gathering. Is it not surprising that since 20 whatever that this Leah Sharibu of Chibok girls was kidnapped, that nobody knows where she is?
Chief, before that, I want you to dwell more on the remuneration packages for both police and the military.
Yes, like I said, in fact, the military personnel, they should be accorded the highest respect in this country. In terms of remuneration, they have to build very good barracks for them. At least if you come back after all the stress, you have a place you can call home and relax, so that you will be in the state of mind to face the challenges of insecurity in the country. They are poorly paid. They have to, in fact, government has to do something about the pay packages of the police and the military. They have to be paid. They have to be kitted. You will be surprised that some policemen use their own money to sew their uniforms, buy their boots, and all that. Where else, in what other clime do we have this kind of scenario? It doesn't happen elsewhere. It can only be in Nigeria. If you go to airports, abroad, they give precedence to people that are security officers. If you want to board the plane, they board first before anybody. Then the sick people, then the elderly. But in Nigeria, nobody cares. They just think, well, because of the conduct of some bad eggs in the police, people don't have respect for the police. People don't have respect for the army. And that is because of the conduct of some of the bad eggs. You have to carry yourself with some air of, importance so that people will respect you. It's not when you're there at the checkpoints collecting kobo and...
Chief, I want you to believe with me that Nigeria can get better and Nigerian leadership can get better also. Now I want you to offer a piece of advice on the aspect of what can be done to beef up our security.
Yes, I believe a new Nigeria is possible. A new Nigeria is possible. You know that tribal sentiments and nepotism wouldn't want the system to throw up the best candidates. Is it material?
What if it does?
If it does, to God be the glory.
Very good.
If it does, to God be the glory. But then, God is not going to come down to do it. He's still going to use Nigerians. A hungry person that has not been able to eat. What makes you think he won't be influenced with 1,000 naira on the day of voting?
Chief, God needs that glory. And God will help us so that the glory will go to him at the end of the day.
Yes, we've passed through these phases over and again. And because the political class has weaponized poverty and hunger, that is why they have held down the electorates. And people no longer see that civic duty and responsibility of electing credible leaders. But then, like I said, a new Nigeria is possible. And it's only God. It will take divine intervention. And
divine intervention is possible.
Yeah, sure, it is.
Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you so much. Let's come to the aspect of the security in Enugu State.
Well, the security in Enugu State, Enugu State does not exist in isolation. Because when we are in the state capital, the coal city, people don't know that beyond the coal city, that there are other federating communities that make up Enugu State, especially the border towns.
How can you say that people don't know?
Yeah, when you are in Enugu City now, you don't face the challenges people in Ebagwa, in Igbeze South are facing. You don't face the challenges the people in Ehamufu, in Enugu East are facing. You don't face the challenges people in Enugu Ezike.
What type of challenges are you talking about?
Security challenges, kidnapping.
Okay.
You know, kidnapping. You see people coming and kidnapping and killing people, scaring, making sure people don't go to their farms. And you know that most of, you know, the state, besides being a civil service state, Enugu state is majorly, you know, agricultural, agrarian state, so to say. Because all these border towns with Kogi, with Anambra, with Benue and all that, they are flashpoints of insecurity. So, but we thank God that we've not had, you know, major security crisis in Enugu State. And the state government, with the acquisition of the drones, security drones and other efforts they are putting into technology to track these bandits, well, we are yet to see it see the effect.
Like come to manifest?
Yes, maximum.
Well, we have not had any insecurity issues in the recent times.
You may not hear. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Because I'm from Akunibet, local government, and most of my people are farmers. And very recently, about 3 people were killed in Uzuwan area. Very recently. It's been a recurring decimal. You know, so it's not when you're in the area where you are that you're safe and
but I expected you to say kudos to the Enugu State government for the stringent security measures.
That's what I said. I said I commend the Enugu State for the they say the board, but they have to up the ante because for some time now, at least we've had some peace along Upi, Ugogo, Enugu Road for some time now. But that doesn't mean that you know isolated cases of insecurity does not still exist in those other places. I'm telling you. They are still there.
But with the improvement mentioned, with the improvement, we are optimistic that more will happen from the aspect of the government.
Yes, we are hoping. We are hoping that the government ups its game.
Did you hear that government has equipped the Enugu State Forest Guard too?
So what did they equip them? I heard they bought raincoat and they rainboot for them.
Is that the only thing you heard?
Yes, that's what I heard.
That wasn't the only thing. Chief, that's not the only thing.
So
yes, that's not the only thing. At least then they use sophisticated weapons also.
So you don't fight something that bites with bare hands. So if they want to equip, you see, if they really want to equip
maybe you've not seen them in the recent times on their patrol.
There was a day I saw a couple of them. They were carrying den guns.
Then?
Not then. I'm telling you about like 2 weeks ago. I don't know where they had a meeting somewhere in Usuke area.
You may be talking about neighborhood watch.
No. I said forest guard. I saw. I'm a member of the Nigerian Forest Security Service. I'm an assistant commander in the Enugu State Command here, and I can tell you for free that why the successive government to assent to the bill establishing that security outfit is purely political, because they don't want the personnel to go to the bushes to flush out these criminals, because that's where they're domiciled.
What do they use the criminals for?
I don't know.
Do they need them for anything? So that is not believable.
It is believable.
It is not believable.
It is believable because you see, each election cycle we hear of people in our brothers in the northern hemisphere, you know, bringing all kinds of people to come and swell their voting population and all that. Anything is possible in Nigeria. I can tell you that. Anything is possible in Nigeria.
Okay, is there any particular aspect of the security that you would like the government to beef up almost immediately?
Yes, like we said earlier, this issue of police, they've recruited, I think last month or thereabout, I understand the Enugu State Command, and I think it's applicable to the rest of the states of the Federation. You know, they carried out some recruitment. Where's the recruitment? Where do you deploy them? Do you deploy them to go and start following VIPs around, or do you deploy them to go and start securing the lives and properties of the people, which is the primary responsibility of government? And of course, you don't send a policeman, like, I'm sorry to say that, sometimes when some of these bandits, when they strike, you see policemen, they run for their lives, because they are not equipped with the kind of...
but they're not life first.
Yes, because they are not equipped with this... But they are trained to confront them. That is why they are security officers. Okay? So you don't run in the face of challenges. Okay?
I've not heard they did. I've not heard they did. And I don't think they did.
So the government needs to equip them with state-of-the-art security equipment to confront these people. I don't understand how bandits could be more equipped and be terrorizing the police, the army, the DSS.
It is actually confusing. It is confusing. If that happens, it's confusing.
With the Air Force, with the Navy, with the paraphernalia of the assortment of weaponry at their disposal, and still, we are still talking about insecurity every day in this country.
Okay, Chief, thank you so much. We want to observe just a short break.
It's okay.
When we come back from the break, I would like you to dwell more, since you believe in the new Nigeria.
Yes.
Yes, the new Nigeria that is possible.
Yes.
So we'll take it up from there.
It's
thank you
okay.
so much. Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. We want to observe just a short break. We shall be right back. Please don't go away.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Back from the short break, we are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. I'll be here with public affairs and security analyst, Chief Chijoke Ata. Thank you so much, sir. Before we went on the short break, we were talking about the new Nigeria I believe in, and you've testified to also believe in the new Nigeria. Yeah, the new Nigeria that is possible, that we believe Nigeria will resurrect again. Then on the aspect of the security and hope of the people, what is the hope of our people? Because I know, since you believe in the new Nigeria, your belief can influence the people around you. Especially, I mean also mine. Now, in the new Nigeria that we believe in, what is the hope of the people in the nearest future in terms of security?
Well, the new Nigeria, the hope of the people is a new Nigeria where they can go to bed and close both eyes and sleep peacefully without a fear of being attacked and massacred by bandits or terrorists or whatever. So that is that's the new Nigeria we are looking at. We are looking at a new Nigeria where life is meaningful. You see, the successive governments have not placed premium on the life of Nigerians. The life of every Nigerian should matter, no matter how small. And that is the new Nigeria we are looking at, where a pain to one is a pain to all. That is the new Nigeria we are looking at. We are looking at a new Nigeria whereby people can move around, travel across states without the fear of who knows what will happen along the road. That is the new Nigeria we are looking about. We are looking forward to. We are thinking about a new Nigeria where your purchasing power is high, where you go to the market and you can use 100 naira and buy a basket of tomato or pepper. It is possible. Nigeria is blessed. Blessed with fertile land, blessed with minerals, blessed with deposits of all kind. And of course, if you dig deeper, don't be surprised that part of the insecurity you're having is about the mineral resources in the northeast or north central.
All of the assumption.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's part of it because there are no checks. Anything. Look at the oil bunkering. How much does Nigeria make from oil exports? They can't even tell you the quantity of crude oil that is being exported. If you ask them honestly, they don't know. So Nigeria is a place where people. I have never seen a country like this. You see a Nigerian, he will board a plane in Europe or America or Asia, and he will eat something, and he will keep the refuse. Once he touches Abuja or Lagos, he drops it on the tarmac there. But he won't drop it elsewhere there. Why? Because they think Nigeria is where anything goes. So I strongly believe in a new Nigeria, and it is possible. But it is only when they allow the will of the people to prevail. Let the people vote who should lead or govern them. Not when you impose impose leaders on the people, and you use the inec and the courts to give them credence. It doesn't work like that, because people are just keeping quiet. Nigeria, you see, our political class, they are lucky because Nigerians have an elastic temperament to survive pain and all that, to endure pain and all that. Because if it were elsewhere, people would have revolted. There is so much hunger in the land. There is so much hunger. If you go to the streets, you see people well dressed.
People are revolting in Nigeria via protests and.
Have you really seen a protest in Nigeria? Have you really seen a protest in Nigeria? There is no protest in Nigeria, my brother. If you see where there is protest, if you see where Europeans are protesting, everybody troops out, and even the security apparatus will be overwhelmed. You can't kill everybody. If you kill all of them, who will be left for you to govern? That is protest, not this protest. They will tell you it's an Igbo man's protest. Then the other people will tell you it's Yariba protest. The other people will tell you, don't mind.
Why is it like that?
Because of the endemic tribalism that has divided the country, irretrievably.
Okay, you believe that tribalism is one of the problems of insecurity we have in Nigeria?
Sure, like we have it now. Sure, there is no doubt that tribalism is a part of the problem we are facing in this insecurity. I'll give you a practical example. Every day you see the army, the police, they tell you they've arrested one IPOB, they've destroyed one IPOB camp, they've captured one IPOB. Where are the theater of the war in Maiduguri, in Niger, in Benue, and in Plateau? Nobody is going there. You people are not going there to recover anything or to destroy anything. It is only in the southeast that you have multiple military checkpoints and all that. Southeast that is very quiet and very peaceful, and they are trying to import insecurity into our area. You know the theaters of where insecurity is there. Go there and fight. Go there and prove your mettle. It is not in the southeast. I don't think the southeast insecurity are man-made.
But there's insecurity in southeast.
There's no insecurity.
Are there no insecurity in southeast?
There are no insecurity in southeast compared with what we have in the north central. In the north central, where people are dying every day. Do you know the number of people that are being killed every day? Benue, Plateau, Zamfara, Niger, Maiduguri.
How does that?
People cows? They are human beings. They have loved ones. They have children. They have wives. They have husbands. These people that are killed, they will not come back to this world again. You know the pain and agony these people are going through? And this is something, sometimes they say that they get intels, and you give intels to the people that should know, and nobody acts on them. And then in the middle of the night, while people are sleeping, people will come and start massacring people in cold blood. What kind of a country is that?
How does that affect the fundamental human rights of the citizens?
The fundamental human right as guaranteed in the Constitution as revised. See, have right to life, a right to property, a life to freedom of movement, freedom of association, all those freedoms. Where are they? Where are they? You don't even have right to life again. So it's like I tell people that are looking for miracles and going to prayer houses and all that. Waking up every day in Nigeria is the greatest miracle. Every day you sleep and wake up, you go and do Thanksgiving in the church, because that is the greatest miracle in this country.
I want you to advise the leadership of Nigeria on the aspect of acquiring the political will to tackle insecurity.
Well, you see, we are in a presidential system of government, and the buck stops on the table of the president. So, if the president, surrounded by his advisors, the Minister of Defense, the National Security Advisor, the service chiefs and all that, if he means well for the people security-wise, they should be able to, come up with a practicable blueprint on how to tackle this insecurity. I think we have the personnel. I think we have the resources, both human and natural. But the deployment, because sometimes you hear some stories that are so pathetic that you weep for this country. People sometimes, when they want to fight to defend this country, you find other people that are above them that are making it impossible for these people to function optimally. And that is the problem. The tribalism. You see somebody that is due to head a certain security apparatus, and they say because he's from a certain part of the country, he should not be entrusted with the leadership of that institution. Things don't work like that. If you join an institution, you rise through the ranks from experience, years of service, qualifications. You expected to attain the maximum height of that institution.
Chief, thank you so much. I wouldn't like us to derail because we have a direction. I like a lot of your perspectives, especially from the aspect you profile solutions. You profile solution on the aspect of remuneration packages for both the police and the army, and then you have also advised the government on what to do as a matter of fact on how to tackle this insecurity. Now I want you to dwell more on that. On the aspect of the political will to do what? To nip this insecurity in the bud.
Okay, I'll give you one classical example now. You see, there's a young man who is the chairman of Uzuwani local government. He's the current chairman of Uzuwani local government. I've not met him before. I don't know him in person. But he has been doing a fantastic job in terms of securing that local government. Because before his emergence, you can't go to any part of Uzuwani and stay till like 6 p.m. without the fear of being kidnapped or being killed on the road or being killed in the farm. But the young man came and threw in his heart into it. In fact, he goes into the trenches with the security people in search of the terrorists and kidnappers most times, according to stories we've heard. And for now, his local government is relatively calm. You understand? So these are the kind of, that's the political will we are talking about. You lead by example. You don't sit back in the office in the air-conditioned house and you send people out without motivation, without remuneration, without equipping them. How do you expect them to function? You have to create a conducive environment that motivates people to do more. That is in human nature. Anywhere you work and there is no motivation, productivity is very low. But when there is a motivation, no matter how little, you find out that productivity, multiplies. So that is what we expect in this security. Because all this, when you move along the road, you see policemen collecting 200 naira, 100 naira, 500 naira, roja. If they are well paid, they won't be doing that. They will take their jobs more seriously. People will move seamlessly. Sometimes you see policemen, because they want to collect money, they cause long queues and hold-ups, and they don't care because they have guns. And you don't, like Zeke, my brother said, it's only a madman that fights a man with a gun. So, remuneration is key. Training and retraining is key. Equipping them is key. Because they are also human. They also have families. So they want to live for their families. You don't say because they are security people, they should go and die for nothing. I won't advocate that. Okay?
I want you to advise the government once again, this issue of abducting students from a school and even the teachers.
You see, that one beats my imagination. It really beats my imagination because you begin to think, some criminals will go to school and abduct like 100 and something persons and teachers. Do they come with trailers, or do they come with aeroplanes, or do they come with ships, and or what? And nobody will see them until they disappear into the forest, and it becomes a headline news. It is a serious indictment on our security apparatus. So the government has to provide more security for all those flashpoints and prone areas to these bandits, because they are using them as bargaining powers, and it is the ransom they get that they use to acquire some of these sophisticated weapons they are using. And because of the insecurity in the Sahel region, in the Middle East and all that, so it becomes a fertile ground for them to acquire, you know, this armory. So the government has to intelligence gathering. They have to work seriously on intelligence gathering.
Okay, Chief, thank you so much once again. I take this your perspectives as, or this program, yes, you have made it advisory more. Yes, and I think we are very happy with you on that aspect. And then you've mentioned that a lot of communities have been evacuated, yes, into the thin air. And when you go to their communities now, it will be a ghost of its, yes, self. Yes. Then what's the hope of the people that have been taken away? How do you want the government to swing into action to make sure that they are recovered?
Okay, if you it's in the public domain. We are actually getting to the point where we have more IDPs than regular homes in this country, because so many people have moved into the IDPs, and in these IDPs you find out that people are still procreating even in that squalid condition they are living in. That means the IDPs that are meant for maybe like 100 people, over time will be accommodating like 500 or more, which is not, even those of us who are living in very decent environments, we don't even have the basics of electricity, of water, of basic sanitary outfit, talk less of people there. And efforts are not being made, except for Zulum, Governor Zulum of Borno State, that has been very intentional about relocating some of the people in the IDPs, to their ancestral homes by giving them decent accommodation. Government should also start thinking in that direction. The thing is that, you see, government, I don't know if there is, if it is juju that that happens to them when they get into government. When people get into government, you spend more money buying rice and beans and maggi and salt to influence people to vote for you. Why don't you use that money to provide an opportunity for them to farm and farm the rice, farm the beans, and farm the salt and everything they need, instead of giving them? They say, teach me how to fish. Don't give me fish. Teach me how to fish. Create an enabling environment. Chase out the criminals in the farms. Let the people go to the farms and farm. Once the farms are secure and the people are able to go back to the farms, food stuff will be cheaper. The food crisis we are witnessing all over the country will be a thing of the past. The purchasing power is dwindling more and more and more and more. You go to the market with 10,000 naira, you come back with items that you can hold on one hand, and you'll be searching your pocket as if somebody has pickpocketed you along the way.
Okay.
So that's the problem we have.
But let me ask you this question: don't you believe that the government is taking good care of those people in the IDP camps?
I don't think so. How can government take good care of those people in IDP camps? It's not possible now. You that is not in an IDP camp, has government taking care of you? Talk less of where you have a concentration of people with no proper houses, with no proper hygiene. You can imagine you be having create a mental picture of like where they go to empty their boils, where they bathe, where they cook, all of them in that same open something. I mean,
Chief,
God is a Nigerian.
Chief, what has happened has happened.
Yes.
I think what should be before us now is how to provide solutions
and that's what we've been doing.
Solving our problems.
That's what we've been doing all these ways.
So the fact remains that those in the IDP camps are there already, and what has happened to bring them there has happened. So we are looking for the solution so that life may be made better to them. Yes, living forward. Okay, I want to, on a conclusive note, advise the government once again. On the ground that it has happened and they are there in the camps, what should government do to make life better?
Government, one, should provide security for these people, you know, then go and rebuild their homes. They should go and rebuild their homes. It doesn't cost the government anything. If you look at the amount of money they are looting and siphoning out of the country, one person stealing millions and billions of dollars and naira is enough to
Chief, sometimes when you speak like this, I become surprised.
No, but it's the truth.
But you have proof to what you're saying.
You read it every day in the newspaper. Some of them that are in the courts, they tell you somebody has refunded trillions of naira. Somebody has refunded billions of billions of naira. So let them use this thing and make life better for Nigeria. Nigeria, like I said earlier, Nigeria is blessed. We shouldn't be suffering. Nigeria should be about one of the richest countries in the world. You know, where we have all the basics. You know, where people will live to. You know, in Nigeria now, because of stress, if you live up to 50 years, you say, this man is an old man. 50 years. You see people dying 45 years. 50.
Okay, Chief, we are rounding off. We are rounding off. Thank you so much. I've been with a colleague in journalism and the public affairs and security analyst, Chief Chijoke Ata. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you also for being there. The take home is that Nigeria is blessed and we shouldn't be suffering. Thank you so much. We're going to see again. My name is Chukwamaka Abasi.
Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert. Report danger. Support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Seven days. Countless moments. Stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth. Yet many of the conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, better, and longer. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. Now let's turn our attention to an issue that affects millions of people, yet is often misunderstood. Today we are focusing on a condition that affects millions of people around the world, beyond drugs, understanding and managing diabetes. Often called a silent disease, diabetes develops when the body is unable to properly regulate blood sugar levels. When not properly managed, it can lead to serious complications affecting the heart, kidneys, eyes, and nerves. But here's the good news: with proper awareness, lifestyle choices, and medical care, diabetes can be managed and its risks greatly reduced. Joining us today to help us understand this condition better is a medical expert who will guide us through what diabetes is, why it happens, and how we can protect ourselves.
Okay, my name is Mike Chimuba Abonyi. I'm an associate professor of medicine. I'm also a consultant physician, diabetologist and endocrinologist. I work at ESU Teaching Hospital. I also lecture at ESU College of Medicine and at the State University of Medical and Applied Sciences. Diabetes is a non-communicable disease.
Non-communicable disease?
Yes, that is very common, like you said. And it just means that somebody's blood sugar is higher than normal.
Okay.
You get, the prevalence is increasing, and the increase is even more pronounced in the low and the medium income countries where we find ourselves. And it just means that sugar is very high in somebody's body, okay? And sugar is the fuel that we need to live. If you picture yourself as a car, your car takes fuel. We call it fuel here, you get? So without fuel, your car will not move. Without sugar, your body will not function. But that sugar is fuel, and it can also be poison, depending on the quantity. So if it is too high, it becomes poisonous, and that is diabetes. So if you take insulin, insulin is a hormone that's produced by every human being produces insulin. The job of this insulin is to clear excess sugar from the system once we eat, the sugar tends to go up. And if it goes up, it poisons us. It leaves becoming fuel now and becomes poison. So the job of the insulin is to clear the excess and leave the one that we need to function as fuel for us. You get? So a diabetic patient, the one that is common, there are so many kinds of diabetes. I believe we're going to get to that. Right. So the commonest one, which is called type 2 diabetes, is either the person doesn't have enough insulin or the person has insulin resistance. Okay. You get? So diabetes means that this gentleman is not producing enough insulin, and the one is producing does not work well because the body is resisting it, a process we call insulin resistance. So by the time we get to the various types of diabetes, then I'll cast more light on them. We have left the way our forefathers used to live. Our forefathers used to wake up early in the morning, trek 10 kilometers, do farm work, get fresh fruits and vegetables, come back, trek back, and use them, finish them that day, and all that. So they ate better food. They were more physically active than we are. These days, we're not active. Most people have cars. You have remote control. People can't trek anymore, and all that. So the level of obesity and sedentary lifestyle is increasing. You get? And once people are sedentary, once people are obese, they tend to have diabetes, especially if they are, genetically predisposed to have that. I believe by the time we get to, those that so we'll talk about more. Largely speaking, there are 4 types of diabetes. Largely speaking, type 1 diabetes is commoner in younger people, very young people. In fact, there are some patients there's a patient that started seeing when he was 5, he's now 13. So it just means that this individual does not produce insulin at all. You get? It doesn't run in the family, and like I said, it's common in young people. Though it can also occur in older people when it's called late onset type 1 diabetes. They are insulin dependent completely. They must take insulin or the sugar will be so high that they cannot survive it. That's type 1. Type 2 diabetes is a commoner one, and these people now, they still produce insulin, but they don't produce enough. And a lot of them, especially those of them that are obese, also have insulin resistance. So the little insulin they produce also does not work well because their body is resisting it because of the obesity, because they have insulin resistance. That is type 2 diabetes. It runs in the family. Anytime you see it, go and check the family. Father, mother, brother, sister, child, you see it. It runs in the family. It is there. Then the third type, which is not called type 3, is called the third type, or the non-specific types of diabetes. Now are people with, because insulin, like I said earlier, is produced in the pancreas. So people with pancreatic problems, be it inflammation of the pancreas, or infection, or infiltration, or neoplasm of the pancreas, anything that touches the pancreas or the blood supply to the pancreas will cut off this insulin supply, and they will have that. That's one specific type. Then the other type, we are still in the third type now. People with other endocrine problems, like people with pheochromocytoma, people with Graves' disease, people with acromegaly. They are big names. They just mean that these are people that produce some other types of hormones that counter the endogenous insulin that they should produce. Will also have it. Then this third type again, there are people with genetic problems with insulin secretion or genetic problems with insulin resistance. So these are the very common, types of. Then drugs as well. There are some drugs that when you take them, the hydrochlorothiazide, the beta blockers, the streptozotocin, some other drugs, diazoxide, that when you take them, they switch off your insulin secretion or make the insulin you secrete not to work well. And this also causes hyperglycemia, that's excessive blood glucose. That's the third type of non-specific types. Then the fourth one now is called GDM. It's not called type 4, it's called the fourth one, gestational diabetes mellitus. It means a woman is normal, gets pregnant, then around 24 to 28 weeks, they start having sugar problems. But when they give birth, the sugar will come back to normal. But they can still have it in subsequent pregnancies. And 50% of women that have had this GDM will go on to develop full-blown diabetes later in life. So the GDM is a risk factor for diabetes later in life. So largely speaking, these are the 4 different types of diabetes. Okay, for adults, you know, anytime you start feeling weak, unexplained fatigue, weakness, or unexplained fatigue, or you start passing excessive urine, or when you pass urine, the urine is excessively foamy, or ants gather where you pass urine, or you start having tingling sensation on your legs or hands, or the person can suddenly have stroke, you know, just have stroke like that. Or in a man, if you start having erection problems, or a woman, you start having big babies, 4 kg and above, it's time to go and check yourself. In fact, every adult that's up to 30, 35 years is advised to check his or her blood glucose at least once in a year, just to check, especially if there's a first-degree relative that has been diagnosed with diabetes mellitus. Well, largely speaking, there are 2 types of risk factors: the genetic and the environmental factors. You get those genetic factors are those factors that you've inherited from one or both of your parents that made you to be predisposed to having hyperglycemia, to having diabetes mellitus. That one, there may be nothing you can do about it. You can only delay it and all that, do some diabetes prevention program and all that. But the environmental factors are now those things that will make you to be predisposed to diabetes, especially when you have the genetic predisposition. One is obesity. People are getting more obese these days. If you look around you, everybody is obese, especially the obesity of the abdomen, what we call android obesity, or central obesity, abdominal obesity. Then the other one is predisposition is sedentary lifestyle. The less you walk, the less you're active, the more likely you are going to develop diabetes, because when you exercise yourself, it helps your pancreas to work better. It helps your insulin resistance to reduce, thereby increasing your insulin sensitivity, so that the insulin you produce will work well. Okay. Then the other risk factor is age. Age is a risk factor for diabetes. Based on that, when we get older, there's age-dependent, changes in insulin secretion, changes in insulin action, age-dependent changes in body composition. People get less active and more fat, so to say, when they get older. You get, those are some of the risk factors. Then the family genetic, like I've talked about, the family history of diabetes can also put at risk. Then food. People eat excessive eating directly will not make you to have diabetes, but indirectly, the more you eat, the bigger you become, the more insulin resistant you become, the more likely you're going to have diabetes. Then 2, if you eat excessively, that means you're putting more burden on your pancreas to produce insulin to clear off the excess you're eating, and they will get exhausted with time, because age is a risk factor. By the time you're aging, the pancreas normally should reduce its action when you're aging. So the more you eat, the more you're likely going to develop diabetes. Then another risk factor is people that have cholesterol problems. If you have very low levels of good cholesterol and high levels of bad cholesterol, you're also at risk of developing diabetes. Then GDM, like I said before, is a risk factor against your diabetes. If you had big babies or you had diabetes when you're pregnant, it will likely make you to have diabetes later in life and all that. Then people with polycystic ovarian syndrome, there are so many risk factors. These are just some of them, right. The most important ones anyway. Diabetes are managed by doctors, especially the endocrinologists. So like I said, we are all encouraged to get our blood sugar level checked, especially if you're 30 and above, and even earlier, if you're big, or if you have a family history of diabetes, you should check it as maybe twice in a year or once in a year, to just be sure, absolutely sure, that you don't have it. That brings us to the complications of diabetes. I'm not trying to frighten anyone, but if somebody has diabetes and you decide to overlook it, you decide not to seek help, a lot of things that happen to you. I want to go from the head to the toe. In the head, it can make someone to have what we call dementia, forgetfulness. It can cause stroke. It can cause eye problems, cataracts, glaucoma, retinopathy, that will blur somebody's, vision. You get. It can lead to heart problems, heart muscle disease that can present with heart failure, body swelling, shortness of breath, cough, and stuff like that. It can cause kidney problems. It's one of the leading causes of kidney problems, dialysis dependent, stage renal problems, and all that. So it is there. Then it can also lead to problems, like I said, in erection. You see a man, 35 years, 40 years, he cannot maintain erection. You think it's a joke, but it's not. Diabetes is a leading cause of that as well. Then going down to the leg, if you see anybody that has had leg amputation and is not caused by trauma, by road accident or other kinds of accident, it's likely the person had diabetes. This is an area where we want to really emphasize, because there are so many falsehoods out there. They tell you that they will tell someone will come with diabetic foot ulcer. It just starts with a small problem, maybe it's just a small wound on the leg, overlooked, and by the time the person presents, it's already too late. And we have this thing amongst our people, they still call it a chair. They say that somebody has dropped poison for them and stuff like that. By the time they realize that it's not poison, it's already too late, and they may get amputated, or they may even lose their life in the process. So these are just some of the complications, but it's a multi-systemic problem. It affects all the systems because sugar circulates in all the systems. Well, if you come to our clinic, is like I said, the prevalence is increasing. There are so many diabetic patients out there, and the frightening thing is that 30% of people that have diabetes don't even know that they have it, because it has, especially the type 2 diabetes, which is the commoner one, it has a very long asymptomatic period. You won't even have symptoms at all. It's called one of the silent killers. You won't have symptoms at all. The person is perfectly normal, no symptoms at all, and people are walking around with blood glucose, blood sugar of 400, 350, 400, 500, and they don't even know that they have hyperglycemia. So it's scary. We see them, they're everywhere. Those of them are present to us, we manage them. There are so many ways of managing them. For the one that's type 2, we start with lifestyle modification. Medical nutrition therapy will tell you what to eat, what quantity to eat, and when to eat it. Then exercise, weight loss regimen, you get. So by the time you lose weight, you are physically active, you lose weight, you make our job easier, because the sugar becomes easier to control, you get, whether you're big, whether you're fat or not, you get. Then if that fails, depending on the blood sugar level, we then go to drugs. There are tablets that stimulate you to produce more insulin. There are tablets that make your insulin that you produce to work even better. There are tablets that make you to even pass your sugar in urine so that it doesn't increase. But of course, the best treatment for diabetes is what you don't have. What is at the center stage of diabetes, which is insulin. Because no matter the drug you give, the drug stimulates you or makes it to work better and stuff like that. So, and I must say here that most diabetic patients, because it's a progressive disease, if one tablet is working today, by next 2, 3, 4 years, you may need to add another one until you get to the maximum of 2 or 3 that you can't add again. Then the person should be switched to insulin. Insulin is the best treatment for diabetes, just like food is the best treatment for hunger. Okay. So if you live long enough, you get to a time where you need to be given what you don't have, absolutely, so that everything will work better. Insulin has no side effect. The only side effect is if you give it excessively. Okay. If somebody needs 10 units of insulin and you give 20, because the job is to reduce sugar, you can reduce it to a value that's too low, and the person will have problems. Then insulin can make someone to add weight as well. Those are the 2 side effects. Good. This is a good question, because there are so many controversies out there. I'm going to put it right now. A diabetic patient can eat any food at all. The truth is that if you bring a plate of food and you divide it into 3, so 1/3 of it should be fruits and vegetables, fresh fruits and vegetables. Then 1/3 should be carbohydrates. The other 1/3 should be protein, grossly speaking. Okay, so if you want to eat rice, for instance, a third of that plate should be rice, then one third should be beans or more a kind of protein. Then you put vegetable. They're also allowed to eat any food they like in moderation. Okay, you won't bring one big watermelon and finish it. A slice of it will do you good. Okay, there's really no food they can eat. If you want to eat yam, the yam should be one third of the plate. There should be beans in it, or akidi, or a few of those kind of things. Then you put your vegetable, any vegetable of your choice. So if you want to eat swallow, any swallow of your choice, is advised that your swallow should be like just your fist. Any swallow of your choice. But the soup should be 2 to 3 times the size of that swallow. Any soup of your choice, you get. So the things are no that you should not take at all are honey, sugar, glucose, malt, mineral, Ovaltine, Milo, Bonvita, Chivita, Lacasera, ice cream, cake, Schweppes, all those kind of sugar things are out of your diet. I said honey first, because there's this misconception out there that honey is natural, honey is sugar. Diabetics should not take honey at all. Then you should try, and of course the exercise, at least 150 minutes of exercise. If you don't want to run, you can cycle, you can walk briskly. Try at least 150 minutes in a week. If you do 30 minutes in 5 days minimum, it will help us in your management. Yogurt is good, but it should be unsweetened. Unsweetened yogurt that doesn't have sugar, that's what they call Greek yogurt. So yogurt should not have sugar at all. Anything that has sugar in any form should not be taken by a diabetic patient, except there's evidence that the sugar is too low. But that's not the idea of making someone's sugar to be too low. It's for sugar to be normal. Exercise. We keep exercising that. You should exercise yourself as much as your strength can carry you. If you're 70 years old, you're 60 years old, nobody's telling you to go and start swimming or lifting weight or go and start running. You can just brisk walk around Okpara Square twice. You know, aim to have between 6,000 and 10,000 steps in a day. Fine. If you can do that 5 times in a week, you're perfect. Then you eat right, like I said before. Eat what you should eat. Avoid those things you cannot eat. Avoid excessive alcohol intake. Do not smoke. It depends on what is causing the diabetes. The commonest causes of diabetes cannot be cured, like type 1 diabetes, because they don't have insulin at all. So you must replace the insulin. Like type 2 diabetes, when there is also defective insulin secretion or insulin resistance. Well, depending if the blood glucose is just mildly increased, one can use lifestyle modification and the blood glucose will become normal. It doesn't mean that you're being cured, because if you leave those modifications and all that, and as you're aging, there's also reduction in insulin secretion or insulin action, it may still rear its ugly head. So it's not curable, except it's like that one I said, or it's being caused by something that's curable. Maybe the person has inflammation of the pancreas, or the person has something in the pancreas that is reducing the blood supply to the pancreas or causing infection in the pancreas, or there's neoplasm of the pancreas, or anything in the pancreas that is curable. If you take out the cure, it will be cured. Or if it's caused by a drug, if there's a drug you're taking, you're on corticosteroids and all that, or beta blockers that's made you to be diabetic, if you remove the drug, you will get cured. But type 1, type 2, there's no cure for it. I used to tell my patients that if you have type 1 diabetes, have type 2 diabetes, and suddenly you don't need medications again, and your blood glucose is perfectly normal, this is not time for Thanksgiving. It's time to go and look and search and interrogate to find out why is the blood glucose normal now without medications. And the commonest cause of this situation is kidney issues. If a diabetic patient starts having kidney issues, the blood glucose, using glucose and sugar interchangeably, the blood sugar will now become normal. The reason is that the kidney is where insulin is removed from the body, because anything you eat has to be removed by the body. If not, 2 tablets of paracetamol will work for 10 years, will work for 1 week. But if you take 2 tablets of paracetamol, after 8 hours, you need to take another one. The reason is that the body has taken care of it. So even the insulin you produce is being metabolized and removed by the body. This action is done by the kidney and the liver. So once the kidney fails, this removal of insulin does not occur. Insulin is retained and it makes the blood glucose to be normal. So if you're diabetic and you're not having normal or even low blood sugar without medications, please go and visit your doctor. You have not been cured, and that problem may just have arrived. There are so many out there. The commonest ones are that insulin is toxic. Once they give you insulin, your own is finished. You're going to die very soon. It is not true, because, like I said, the treatment for hunger is food. The best treatment for hunger is food. The best treatment for diabetes is insulin, because that is what you don't have. But sometimes it's delayed because there's what is called psychological insulin resistance. That is the unwillingness of patients and even healthcare providers to give insulin to their patients, because they will resist it with all you have. A patient will say, I don't want insulin, because there are so many stories out there what insulin will do to them and all that. I want to say it here that insulin is the best treatment. When you get to that level where you should have insulin, please agree to have it. It is not harmful, and if it's done the way it should be done, it is the best treatment for diabetes. Then the other myth that we have that is really causing a lot of problems, that I think people should look more, that there should be aggressive campaign about, is this diabetic foot problems. People will have ulcer on the foot, and you can see that the leg is going, and somebody tells you that they buried juju in your compound or your village. They will even go ahead to name one of your uncles that doesn't even know anything about it as the cause of that ulcer. Those ulcers are caused by diabetes, diabetic foot ulcer. And if it is handled in time, so if you're a diabetic patient, you're advised to check your leg every day, because a lot of them has lots of sensation in the leg. They may have trauma to the leg. They may step on a nail or a broken bottle and they wouldn't even know about it. And by the time you know it, it has spread to involve the entire leg. So diabetic foot ulcers are not caused by human beings. They are caused by diabetes. And if they present early, it's completely curable and all that. If it's not early, if they don't come early, because they prefer to go to places, they will go to traditional healers who will tell them a lot of lies and take their money and name an innocent person as the cause of it. By the time they present late, it's either they lose the leg, or if they present very late, no matter what to do, they may still not, make it. So those are the myths. Well, I've also heard someone say that diabetes was caused by his uncle, that they doesn't know why it's caused by his uncle. Some persons say it's because of what they ate 10 years ago and all that. But I'll tell you, are you the only person that ate that stuff? Why is it that you're having it and the other people are not having it? So those are some of there are misconceptions everywhere, especially when ignorance is mixed with illiteracy and superstition. Okay, good question too. No, there's a study I did on the prevalence and determinants of complementary and alternative medicine use in diabetic patients. What are those things that diabetic patients use that are not orthodox medicine? Yes, I did a study on that. It's on the internet. If you type my name and say diabetes alternative medicine, you see the study that I did on that. Yes, a lot of those herbs, even the ones that we don't know they're herbs, they actually have blood glucose reducing effects, like bitter kola, like nchang, like bitter leaf, like this one they use for nkwobi. That I don't know, I've forgotten the name. This one that is bitter, they use for nkwobi. Forgotten the name again. So, they all reduce people's blood glucose. Even mango leaves, even zobo, they have anti-diabetic properties. But the problem is that no single herb or no single of those things have just one anti-diabetic. They are a mixture of all kinds of things. If you take bitter leaf, for instance, bitter leaf has anti-diabetic, anti-inflammatory, antihypertensive properties. So those things have not been separated. So we don't know the best way to take them. We don't know the dosage. We don't know the drug-to-drug interactions. We don't know the side effects of these things. So because we've not purified them, we don't usually advocate for their use. You get, if you take them, they will reduce your blood glucose. But what other thing does it do to your body? We don't know about it. So we don't encourage it. Right. But they work. Like I said, if you're 30, 35 years and above, and you have, especially if you're big, or you have big stomach, or you have a first-degree relative with diabetes, or even if you don't have, you're advised to, check your blood glucose, even if it's once in a year, because once it's discovered right on time, the prognosis, the outlook becomes better. So that, whatever we're going to do is always better to do it before the person starts having complications. Because some of those complications are devastating. Some of them are not reversible. Once they occur, there's nothing you can do about it. And for diabetic patients, depending on the doctor you're seeing and depending on how your control is, your doctor may give you, maybe initially, may give you 1 month appointment, 2 weeks appointment. But by the time you're well controlled, there's one of our patients that give 3 months appointment. And you should try and come, when the doctor says you should come. Because any doctor that says, please come to so time, is not out to take your money. Is out to be sure that, because things change, our body changes. This drug may be working today, in the next 2 months, it may not work, or it may give side effects. So you want to substitute, you want to change, you want to increase, or you want to reduce the dose of the drug. So that is why. So regular checkup is paramount. Yes, be active. Avoid sedentary lifestyle. Try to be active. Unfortunately, a lot of the jobs we do involves, being sedentary. The bankers, maybe you, the television people, and even the doctors, So avoid, if your job involves you sitting down for like 8 hours and all that, once in a while try to, step around. And then when you get home, of course you don't work for 24 hours. So try to, step, just walk about, brisk walking, not like leisurely, brisk walking, be intentional about it. Or run if you're young enough to run, if your strength can carry you to run, or use your bicycle, swim, play, do things that will make you not to be active. Then eat responsibly. We don't bring one big giant of fufu and finish it and all that. Then avoid excessive intake of alcohol. Do not smoke. Just eat fresh fruits, vegetables, rest, sleep where you should sleep and all that. So those are some of those lifestyle, modifications that can at least, even if it doesn't prevent it from coming, to delay it, so that by the time it comes, you are 60, you're 70, and all that. So it becomes easy to manage.
Let you go. One advice you will give to diabetic patients and non-diabetic individuals?
Yes. Let's start from the non-diabetic individuals. Nobody wants anybody to be diabetic, so to say, but some of these illnesses you can't prevent. Like I said, it's a non-communicable illness. The prevalence is increasing, and the advocacy is that you should be more active. Like I said, eat what you should eat, avoid what you shouldn't take. Check yourself, regular checks. Apart from just checking the sugar, check your blood pressure, check your cholesterol. These are things that are also, that's what we call metabolic syndrome. They're all related, the same father and mother. Diabetes, hypertension, obesity, cholesterol problems, uric acid, fatty liver, and all that. They're all related. So try and check, check yourself, check your kidney function, even if it's once in a year, and all that. Whether you're diabetic or not, So live a healthy lifestyle. Avoid excessive alcohol intake, and all that. Just be active.
Thank you to our guests, and that concludes today's edition of Health Matters. Remember, informed decisions are the foundation of healthier living. I remain your host, Sharon Uche. See you next time.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is
Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.